Welcome, everybody, to round 3 of the U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. I am very happy to introduce you to my co-commentator for today, Grandmaster Magesh Panchanathan. Magesh, how are you today?
Hey, David. I'm extremely happy to be here. It's been a long time, but I would love to, of course, commentate, see what's going on in the U.S. Championship with you.
Yeah, this is really exciting. Oh, what a fun day it's going to be. The first thing I can tell you about the first 2 days is that they were fun. Like, the chess has been exciting and great to watch. So we will be having a good time. Before we get into the games, we've got a few minutes, and we're going to tell you all about the format and what's happened in the first couple days.
So we have a 12-player round robin. So they're playing everyone, I guess 11 rounds. And the time control is 90 minutes plus 30-second increment and 30 minutes added after move 40. And the most important thing, which I also learned today, no draws at any point can be offered. They can find a way to repeat and make a draw, but no offering draws.
Yeah. And our schedule for the tournament is pretty easy to understand. Every day the matches start 8 minutes from now. And there are just a couple rest days. So those are Sunday, October 10th is a day off, and Friday, October 15th. Other than that, every day for the next 9 days, there are 9 rounds left to play in this tournament. Magesh, what do you think of this year's field?
It's extremely strong. I can tell you that. And yeah, it looks nice. I see some players are playing for the first time, right?
Yeah. We've got Lazaro Bruzon,
yeah,
formerly of Cuba. This is his first year of eligibility for the U.S. John Burke is the 2020 U.S. Junior Champion. Nice. We already have a 2021 U.S. Junior Champion, but they play in the 2022 championships. So John Burke is another newcomer to this event as well.
Who is the champion for 2021?
The defending champion is Hikaru, who's missing.
Oh, I meant the qualifier for the 2021 juniors, if you know.
Oh, yes. Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann will be playing in the tournament next year. Have you seen what a tear he's on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, some of the younger generation, they're absolutely, going on a rampage.
Yeah, he made much better use of the COVID confinement period than like almost any of his competitors. Here you can see the field for the U.S. Women's Championships, and we've got 8-time winner Irina Krush. We've got 4-time winner Anna Zatonsky, 2-time winner Nazi Paikidze, and then Carissa Yip and Tatev, who have been second on previous occasions and are the highest rated players not to have yet won the championship.
Yeah, pretty nice. And I see there is someone, Ashrita has played there before, though, I think, yeah? I was trying to see if there is a newcomer in the women's section, but it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple newcomers, too. That's right. And here we can see the cross table. Sole first place for Katerina Nemtsova.
I was calling her Nemko, and you corrected me today.
I was corrected yesterday, so I'm just passing the knowledge on.
Nice. So we have 3 players with +1, yeah?
Yeah. And Irina Krush notably was very close to winning her second game yesterday on about 3 occasions, but really, really tough defense from Anna Sharovich yesterday was pretty impressive. Because normally the lower rated player, if it comes down to it, they're not going to hold up.
When the pressure is on, usually they they lose it. But that's good to see. I haven't checked that game actually, but I saw the results, of course.
Yeah, and you can see here who's leading the men's section. There's one surprise there, probably.
Yeah, that's really nice to see him on the top.
Yeah.
I was seeing through the game, and there's a point. There's a very interesting kind of tactical blow that was missed, right? And when he played F6, John Michael Burke, yeah.
We didn't see all of his game yesterday. It looked extremely complicated with Lenderman. Like they each had chances to win, I think.
Oh, well, I think yesterday was a draw, right? I was talking about the one he won.
Oh, the one he won, yes. The one he won was great. That one I've seen in entirety, and it really came down to the Endgame. Mm-hmm. Where he showed the power of his bishop and his queenside pawn majority.
Yep.
So folks, that's a little preview of what's coming up. We're going to see John Burke get tested again today by Fabiano Caruana. That's going to be a serious test for our sort of US junior champion. I guess by now it's Hans, but he's the representative of the juniors here. So we'll be back in 3.5 to 4 minutes with those games live.
Perfect.
Coming in October, the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss. This year's event will be played in Riga, Latvia, with 2 spots in the 2022 Candidates Tournament and 1 spot in the next Women's Candidate Tournament up for grabs, as well as a $550,000 total prize fund. Who will take the next step to become world champion?
Welcome, everyone. We're back to round 3 at the US Men's and Women's Championship. I'm Grandmaster Magesh Panchanathan, and with me is a good friend, International Master David Preuss. And we're excited for the games to start. It's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. Any moment now, the first pawns will be pushed. And as the players settle into their chairs, let's maybe go over a couple of the matchups today and what we might expect. So the first game we have up here is Ray Robson with White against Sam Shanklin. Ray Robson is one of the players tied for first currently with 1.5 out of 2 points. And what do you think of these two players?
This is a nice matchup. I think Ray has been doing really, really well. I've been following. He did amazing in the online Olympiad with some really phenomenal wins. And he has white pieces here. So this is going to be pretty interesting. Yeah. And we got the Sicilian. I guess it's already out.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe Najdorf?
That's one of Sam's go-tos.
Yep.
Would be the Najdorf. We saw him going for the Berlin defense against Sam Sevion, trying to target some kind of weakness in the opponent rather than, Sam's own preferences. And it didn't particularly pan out.
Was that a draw?
It ended in a draw.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a disaster. But today he aims for a Najdorf, and Ray says no. Bishop b5 check.
Yes, I guess this is pretty popular these days. I mean, these days you have lots of interesting choices to go from, and Bishop b5 check, definitely a sound opening to go with.
Yeah, and this was played by Wesley So yesterday. He won his first game of the championship very easily with this move. He followed it up by just trading light squared bishops on d7 and going for a light square strategy, c4, knight c3.
He was dominating light squares, right? He made it look so easy.
Yeah, that game looked pretty easy. Sam plays a more complicated variation with knight d7. That's not a big surprise, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sam, for anybody who doesn't know, bishop d7 tends to be a little less complicated than knight d7, because bishop d7 is looking for a bishop for bishop trade and some quick, simple development for black. Knight d7 is looking to maybe exploit that bishop, maybe play a6, see if you can get the bishop pair, but let white get ahead in development. It becomes more controversial. And most players play bishop d7. I think that's more popular just because it's a little simpler if you haven't spent a lot of time preparing bishop b5.
Absolutely. I think it leads to much simpler games. You take on d7, you play c4, you play d4, you have a bind structure, and it's much more straightforward. And already knight d7, a4. Looks looks interesting already.
Yeah, that's already a slightly odd move. I mean, it is in keeping with what we said about a light square strategy, but that usually only applies if both light squared bishops have been traded. Here, if black plays a6, I'm not sure what Ray's intention is.
Good point. A6, would he take on d7? I mean, I can't see himself going back to e2.
Right. I did this whole funny thing just to put my bishop on e2. It doesn't feel grandmasterly. And
bishop c4 also doesn't seem... I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to talk about this perspective without knowing, with knowing zero opening, of course.
Yeah, I'm also put out of theory by a4. It might make some sense with bishop c4 because it provides a way to tuck the piece, which can be an issue with the bishop on that diagonal.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what I achieved. I mean, putting the knight on d7, is that the real goal in this process? I mean, yeah, I guess all these ideas are so deep.
Right.
I'm guessing if you go bishop c4 or something like e6, right? And
I guess, yeah, that's what you've achieved, is you've put the knight on d7 on purpose. Because if on a6 you trade it on d7, it's even more murky why you put your pawn on a4 if you were going to give up your bishop, right? You could have castled. You could have played d4.
I know, unless a5 was part of the plan.
White's going to push it all the way.
All the way. And switch to dark squares, not light squares. Okay, so knight f6 is played.
Yeah.
He's hitting the pawn. I don't know, knight c3 looks possible.
Yeah. Knight c3 looks pretty normal.
Can I actually, I was thinking, can I actually play e5?
Wow. And Dennis telling us that Wesley So actually released an opening course about bishop b5 in the Sicilian. So that means that he published the course and then came to the US Championship and played the opening that he just published.
Yep.
Kind of telegraphed.
Nothing to hide there.
Nothing to hide. Yeah, he's like, sure, I'm going to play this material here. If you wonder what I'm playing tomorrow, just look up line 13B. Now, I'd like to reveal to everybody a new setup we've got. I think this is well suited for checking out all the openings. Look at this new view, everybody. We can look at all the games at once here. How do you like it?
See everything that's going on.
Chess everywhere.
We have an Italian on Bruzon's game, yeah? Bruzon.
Yeah. Today looks like a bit of an E4 day. Lots of pawns on E4 at the moment.
That's right.
4 E4 games.
We have a dragon? Yeah, we have a dragon. It's going to be some action.
Naroditsky bringing the actual dragon. Now, he's trying to pick on the wounded player. Dariush started 0-2. And Magesh, you'll know from your experience that in round robins, if somebody loses a game or two, the sharks come out and they all try and pile up on that poor fellow.
Absolutely, because in round robin, it doesn't matter what your rating is. What matters is your form. Yeah, so
yeah,
you're right. After the first half of the tournament, usually it takes that long, but in this case, unfortunately for Dice, he had 2 back-to-back losses. So, I mean, usually I think players would try to consolidate a little bit. But the thing is, like, you're right. Daniel's like saying, no, we're going for another super nice, sharp game. This is going to be interesting, yeah.
And Danya must be confident from winning yesterday. So he's going to take a big risk here with the dragon. And I predict we're going to be watching that game a bit more than some others, perhaps again today, because the excitement factor is probably going to be really high.
Agreed. So what else do we have? We have a Catalan. Okay. So who's playing the Catalan? I see Jeffrey Jean. Sam Sevian. We have a Catalan. Queen A4, Queen takes C4. Looks pretty solid.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, nowadays, mostly when people play the Catalan, they don't play Queen A4 check to recapture their pawn. They just play, Knight F3 and castle and play it as a true gambit.
Yeah, that's probably more exciting. I think Queen A4, Queen C4 is a little bit more, again, solid. You just pick up the pawn. And you don't have to worry about anything else. But yeah.
It's a sign of how much less popular it's become, though, that Sam Sevian is thinking here, because he's actually surprised that White played Queen A4 instead of Knight F3, I think.
That's a good point. Yeah, you're right. Usually, I think these days Queen A4 is not meant to play for advantage. Yeah, you're not. But I'm sure everybody has some really interesting opening surprises and new ideas up their sleeves here.
By the way, you said you didn't know it, but you correctly guessed Ray Robson played A5. That is some part of the plan.
Perfect. I have 1 for 1 today already.
Yeah.
A4, and I guess A5. Well, it's interesting actually. Yeah, he played A4, A5, and then now A6 happened, right? Yeah.
So he rushed that A pawn up the board. I suppose he was even considering pushing it to A6 if Black did nothing. But if Black plays A6 like they did and he retreats the bishop, Black will never be able to play B5 in the normal way. They'll always have to take an isolated A pawn if they push B5.
Yeah. I think now, I don't know, what do you think about just trading bishop for knight and going D4? But then it doesn't feel right to just give up the bishop like that, right?
Right. I think he'll keep the bishop. But I love bishops. So I mean, it's known that.
Yeah, I love bishops too. Yeah, feels hard to give it up.
Yeah, I'm known to be a biased commentator. I openly root for players that I like, which is almost all of them. And I'm biased for the bishops against the knights a lot of the time. Sometimes biased for an opening I like. So it's rough. People will be upset, but.
Well, I'm guessing some of the openings you like are the super shot and attack, kill each other. I remember playing days. That's how it was.
Yeah, that's true. So let's check out Fabiano Caruana against John Burke. See how the top-rated player is doing against the player who's currently in first place. Sort of a surprise that it's not Fabi yet, but 2 rounds in, anything can happen.
And this is a big test, like you said. This is going to be his biggest test.
Yeah. If John Burke survives this, then it's not just, he won 1 game at the start of the tournament. It's like, wait, he came to compete, not just to get experience.
Exactly.
Normally, I'd think Black against Fabi, it's like you're just there for a teaching game, right? You take some notes like, he did this to me, and then he did that to me. Oh, okay, I see.
I mean, it looks normal so far. I don't know anything specific about this bishop c5 variation of this Italian. So, but
Right.
do you think any g5? And I believe there is some variation with g5, knight takes g5 sacrifice too, right? I don't know. I'm trying to remember some variation that I've seen at some point.
Yeah. Bishop
Black
g5 to h4 seems to be this sort of new, some new territory that people are exploring, both out of the Rui Lopez and out of the Italian game. Either way, they've been exploring bishop g5 to h4 again in a new sort of modern way, because the classical understanding of this idea was that black can just play g5, the bishop sort of stuck on g3, and then white's position is bad. Actually, that was my understanding before. Back when you were writing an opening column for Chess.com, Melik Kachian did a series of videos about how to play those positions with the bishop stuck on g3 for black, and it was all about, it was just considered good for black. And then Magnus Carlsen started playing some games where he just got his bishop trapped on g3 weirdly, and it was, why is he doing that? And Fabi, this is now the second time he's done it this tournament. He did this in round 1 against Lazaro Bruzan. He put his bishop on g5 and then h4, and actually almost lost, but he's right back at it.
I know, he was really in trouble, right? In that game, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Knight a5 has been played. Okay, bishop c2 looks normal.
Yeah.
I'm guessing knight a5. Maybe, I don't know if black will go c5. But you're right. I've always, when I put g5, bishop g3, I'm reminded of the Capablanca game. That's the game that always comes to mind, where there's a dead bishop on g3, which he leaves for the whole game, and just white resigns with equal material.
Right, just not able to move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would guess black is going to play c5, like you say, because I think that's pretty much the only reason for playing knight a5 in the Rui. That said, the bishop on a7 is a little bit weird to quickly play c5.
Yeah, that's true. But bishop c2, I'm thinking, what else? I mean, like if I don't play c5.
Right.
Unless somehow I can make g5 work now. I mean, if g5 is played, is it actually possible to take on g5? No, right? I can't take it right now. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I don't think so. You mean instead of knight a5?
Well, yeah. If directly g5, I know there are some parts of the variations where white could sacrifice, and but this doesn't look like one.
Something like this here.
If I get queen
so
f3.
Queen f3 becomes a big threat. So black needs,
I don't know, maybe even rook g8.
A pretty precise move here. Probably.
How about rook g8?
Attacking it. And if h4, you can probably take it.
Probably take it. And if not, no, I have bishop g4. So it looks completely fine for it.
Probably come here, and then the bishop can come out. And that'll stop queen f3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like white can actually do this.
Right. So probably black could play g5 here if they wanted to, tactically speaking, and we would get the weird bishop on g3
situation. Yeah.
But Burke plays knight a5.
You're right, but the one advantage I see of playing c5 with the bishop on a7 is that I actually stop d4 even more.
Okay, you truly stop it.
Yeah, because one of the ideas for white, usually you go some knight d2, rook e1, bring the knight around to g3, but I actually cannot do that with the white bishop stuck on g3 too.
All right.
That's another problem.
One square. Traffic.
But eventually trying to play d4, but maybe with the c5 and bishop on a7, I'm totally controlling that.
Yeah. Well, you used to play a lot of Rui Lopez or Spanish games. Is that still an opening that you feel close to?
Yeah, absolutely. I played it from both sides, so I definitely like it. I used to think I really understand it well until I played Isle of Man one year, when I kept being paired up against 2700s every game when it was black, and everyone played e4, and every single one of the Rui Lopez games was 1-0. I was losing. And that's when I realized I understand Rui Lopez up to a point.
Up to a point, yeah.
Up to a point. It's so deep. It's so fascinating. You feel like you have some idea. You feel like you understand something. And that's the problem with these slow games, right? I mean, it's just like there's so many possibilities. Everything is possible. Oh, G5 happened, yeah?
Yeah, now he's gone for G5.
So somehow inserting the knight A5 is what he wanted.
Right. And I mean, is he going to grab all the space with C5 afterwards as well? Or did he maybe play knight A5 just because he was afraid that he couldn't play G5, knight takes G5? Because, okay, for us, we played a couple moves with it and thought it doesn't seem really scary for us. But if we were playing black against Fabi, sometimes like a fear factor comes in, right? And you might see a ghost and do something you don't have to do.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's possibly still within his opening preparation though, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So with the knight A5 insert, it might add some value. However, I'm not so sure exactly where it is, but unless I play C5, I don't see what the point is, yeah. But I mean, C5 seems logical. I think it's because if I think about what White's plan is, D4 is like the only real plan that White can do, right?
Especially with the bishop trapped, I would think that's really the main thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So C5, but the thing is, if you play C5 now, I actually can play D4 though. Can I? Yeah, I can play D4, right?
B4 or D4?
D4. I was thinking D4.
Yeah. Okay.
Why can't I open up the center? No, D. I meant D.
Oh, sorry. It always sounds the same if you're not in the room with someone. Okay, D4. And well, it looks like this bishop's about to come to life.
Yeah, with the lack of development for black, it seems a little odd because E5 is immediately under attack, so you have to take it, right? Unless you can make some G4 work, which doesn't seem right at all. So
right, because White could even take on E5 against like a fancy move. They could just, ignore you because it also hits this knight.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. So D4 looks good. So maybe C5 is not the purpose of knight A5 in that case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We just continue developing bishop E6. But then I have to still deal with D4 anyways, yeah?
Yeah, black should definitely expect D4 next move. I think he does.
Maybe knight D7 and go F6 and completely...
Right. Just say all we're doing is stopping that one bishop.
But I mean, there's some queen H5
probably like 95 queen H5 comes and we say, well, at least we limited that bishop. It's not the one that checkmated us.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the live position here. Bishop G3 just been played by Fabi, and we can see just off of the clock times that Fabi was the one a little bit more sort of certain that he wanted the game to go this way.
And he did play C5, yeah?
No, I think.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
Oh, I think
he played knight H5.
I think it's these. I think this is the live moves. So he played knight H5. Fabi played A4. Still over an hour and a half. So pretty comfortable with what he has. Let's check in on someone else.
Let's see. What do we have? We have an endgame. Oh, queen takes D1. Wesley, so?
Okay.
Lenderman, Wesley, we have an endgame.
I'm there. So how did the queens get traded so fast? It's kind of like a super accelerated Tarrasch kind of thing, right? I mean, White's trying to just win this pawn on D5.
Knight G5, bishop E6, okay.
Takes it, develops. I like White's position so far.
Yeah, me too. I guess the question is, can I just pick up the E4 pawn at some point? It looks like I can.
Yeah.
He directly takes it.
He directly does it. He gives up that bishop pair in order to do so. And I still like this for White. It seems like opposite colored bishops with the opponent's king in the center gives you some chances to.
Yeah, definitely. I sense some pressure along the E5. So it's not that easy, but he made F5 work, is it? Okay. Because if bishop C4 and knight C5 happened, I think black would be in serious trouble. So he had to do something quickly.
It's a very bold move. And if the knight comes to C5 here,
maybe he has B6.
Maybe he's planning to just kick it right away with B6 before White has time for bishop C4 or anything.
But B6, can I take on E6 and go some bishop C4 check and bishop
C5? Check in here. Whoa.
It looks a little
maybe. It's possible.
Particularly because the king is in such a bad place.
Yeah. So I don't know where I'm supposed to go that isn't a bad place, but I'm going to try f6 for the moment.
Can I go to
And
e6?
are you going to keep attacking me before you win my rook? Yeah, I figured.
Why
you don't
not?
even want my knight to come here later.
Yeah, because now I have rook e6 check if you go here, and then
right. And if I come here, you can check me and here and bring out another piece. And it looks like I'm more or less losing here, right?
Yeah, it looks like game over. And I was also thinking
maybe this move. Oh,
checkmate. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, I think
I was thinking in a very file way. I was thinking like bishop d5 and rook c1, but that doesn't checkmate, right? So
yeah, rook e7 ends it right there.
Rook e7. Oh,
and even if we went king f8, when you played rook e6 check, I think even then I was thinking king e7. Yeah,
e7. Yeah.
Okay, no, king f6. Rook
king
e6
f6 was okay. Okay.
King e7.
Yeah.
Rook e6, king f8. Now I was thinking I can simply play rook d1. Yeah, the knight is trapped.
1, 2, 3. Every square covered, and black can more or less resign if they can't move any pieces.
Yeah, I don't even have to play bishop d5.
Yeah, that's funny. We never actually played bishop d5. We just bashed the king.
Yeah.
So this is important, and some people in watching this might be a little bit shocked because there's queens off the board, and we're just playing knight takes e6. Like, and white only has one piece out yet. They're like, "What are you doing? It's an endgame." But hopefully, those couple little checkmates we just showed gave you the idea of how vicious an attack with opposite colored bishops can be, even with queens off the board.
Absolutely. When the king is in the center and you have two major rooks, I mean, two rooks already out there, open lines, it's very dangerous. I'm guessing now rook c8 is the only move, right? I mean, it seems like
rook c8 instead.
Yeah, because now
that stops bishop c4.
Yeah.
Right.
And now oh wait, did I drop the pawn? I just dropped a pawn. My bad.
This one here?
Unless
that's okay.
Exactly. Unless it was very well planned.
That's much better than anything we've done yet for black. Was dropping the b pawn.
Also with the bishop on g7 pointing at b2, maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah. I mean, if so, I mean, what an insight from Wesley to play this very dangerous looking f5 move to insist on activity for his pieces.
That's right. It's difficult to tell this though, but I think I can't play knight d6 because you play rook d8.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be a pin and I will lose my knight. So I could not go back to a5.
Right.
So I only two options, right? I can either hold it there with bishop a6 kind of a move or play knight c5. But bishop a6, I should be worried about knight b4. Yeah, exactly.
This looks risky. So maybe we just come running back this way and then maybe try to cover the b file with the knight on b3. But I would expect that black has easy compensation for a pawn here, actually, with both rooks coming out quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. You go to b8 and knight b3, a5, yeah.
Plus, black doesn't need to checkmate to justify this. They just need their rooks to be active enough that white trades all the rooks off the board to defend themselves. And then you say, haha, opposite colored bishops draw. I was just faking the attack. So, okay, so this is the live position. f5's just been played by Wesley. They're pretty far along for a position that doesn't look like theory. They've played pretty decisively here to get this far in just 10 minutes of thought.
That's right. Yeah, they should probably be still in some kind of preparation, of course. Yeah,
I'm pretty impressed by this f5 move.
Yeah, because I think without f5, it's very dangerous. Because if white gets bishop c4 in, I think it's very dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think
if you try and defend e6, well, you can't defend it with your pieces because it's on a light square. And if you let white put pressure on it till you have to play e5 to protect the king on the e file, then you can't get the g7 bishop out. You can't ever block their bishop. There's like knight g3 to f5, and you could lose in 20 moves.
Yeah, like one of the variations we just saw.
Yeah. So f5, that's the position. I'm impressed with this move by Wesley. And
I mean, is there anything else for white? Can I go knight g3 and knight h5? It doesn't seem right. I think
knight g3 with the idea of bishop c4, rook e1, and maybe you'll have knight f5. But you're really committed to sort of cracking through tactically once you retreat to g3. I suppose knight h5 is sort of a backup way to try and stay in the game.
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan. I mean, it's possible. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c6, bishop c4. Can I simply go rook d8 now?
Mm-hmm. Try and get rid of some of the pressure. And then like if I want to make the king an issue, maybe I avoid a rook trade. Because if I trade pieces, the black king will be well placed here.
I want to play knight d4.
Yeah, covering both. That knight's very well placed now.
Yeah.
I can't get rid of it very easily because it's on a dark square, but it's defending the light squares that I was trying to win. And I want to play knight f5 check and rook e6 again, but black's better placed to defend themselves this time around.
Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm winning much with that. Well, it still looks a little interesting if I somehow can get my rook on h1 into play.
Yeah. So maybe instead of knight f5 with the knight sack, maybe I should play like Morphy.
Take and go in, yeah?
Right. Just pretend that Wesley is the Duke of Brunswick and just throw away a rook and come for him like this, right? If rook d6, we've got knight f5.
Exactly. What counts is only the active pieces, not the number of pieces, right?
Yeah. Wait, actually, I played this move as a joke, Magesh, but it looks.
But I think I can simply play something like king f8 or something, yeah? I
just run away. Let me have the knight.
Yep, that's yours.
And then just start bringing your rooks back at me.
Yeah, maybe rook e8 followed by rook d8 or even rook d2. I had rook d2, yeah?
Or rook d2.
Send
counterattacking me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's not quite going to pan out, huh?
It looked nice for a second.
Yeah, rook e6 would be like quite a surprise move, I have to say. Okay, so let's go back to where they are. They're at f5. Lenderman's thinking. Let's see if our dragon is exciting or too much opening theory. Let's go over there. Oh my goodness, 24 moves played, and we're down to an endgame.
Oh, okay, because he played the castle d5 and they went to that endgame. Oh right. My God, your prediction is turned out to be the other way around. You got an opposite color bishop and an endgame. Yeah. And it might be the opposite of what we expected.
Right. So this is all opening theory, by the way, folks. But for anybody who doesn't know too much about the dragon, I'll just give you the 2-second rundown. White normally plays h4, h5. Well, what did Fischer say? Like open the H file and then sack mate?
I don't know. Did he say that?
He said something like that in my 60 memorable games. He gave like a roadmap for playing this line for white.
Oh, okay. I know a couple of games come to my mind where he did that. So
yeah, I think he normally played the bishop c4 variations, not the castles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So black wouldn't have the d5 move against castles queenside, which seeks to not waste any time on the bishop and just get the rooks going and throw the h pawn. There's a very, very important option for black to play d5, and this is the old saying, like counter an attack on the wing with something in the center.
I also think this castle long is very tricky sometimes, at least with sometimes with players who are just learning the dragon. They think it's the same line and they play knight e5. They play bishop d7, they play rook c8, and then play knight c4, and then they wonder what happened, and because they're like 3 moves down.
Right. Nice. So they play this maneuver to get counterplay on the c file that Magesh mentions. It's a slightly long maneuver, but basically a rook on c8, the knight goes to c4 to pressure white.
And in the main line, white goes bishop c4, bishop b3, and then takes the knight. Right.
So in the bishop c4 lines, white would have already gone to c4, and then they would be coming back to b3 with that bishop, so they would have spent 2 moves. If black plays that way with the bishop on f1, they're down 2 moves. And white only needs 1 extra move, I would say, to deliver checkmate for sure. So if you're down 2 moves, like
not in the dragon.
Goodbye. So d5, this is, a counter strike in the center because of white's wing attack, which white hasn't yet played, but black knows it's coming and knows it's coming too fast. Like if black tries to play b5, b4, they just know from experience that h4, h5 is faster for white for opening a file. It's because the g6 pawn is something called a hook. You can look it up, or you can ask us what it is if you really want to know. But but black plays d5 to counter in the center, and so we get this scenario. White uses the power of the rook to try and get an advantage through all these trades, but black manages to stay alive in these variations.
Very dynamically, because if you look at the structure, white is definitely better in terms of pawn structure, but I guess black has better play with particularly if he gets f5 and opens a diagonal and then the rook goes to b8, then that long diagonal and the b2 square, yeah, definitely lots of play.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh, people do want to know what a hook is. You want to tell us what a hook is, Magesh?
Well, I guess I don't know what's the best way to explain it, but like what you showed, a hook is basically when you want to push one of your pawns and open up a file, you need something to capture. And
Right.
when someone plays g6 or b6 or something on one of those flags, I guess that's the best explanation I can come up with on it.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like a pawn that can't move again as easily. So if you go to h5, you're more likely to be able to trade it. Like, why the b2 pawn isn't a hook is that if black played a5, a4, a3, 3 moves to develop this rook, at the end, white would play b3. And black would be like, oh, I put in a lot of work and I didn't even get a file. So a hook is basically a spot where you can probably force a pawn trade.
Yeah, I think that's a good explanation.
Okay, so white's put in the strange position where they wanted to checkmate black, but now instead of checkmating black, they've got a better structure. They have to contain black's possible activity. Yeah, so a hook is actually a bad thing to provide to your opponent. Yeah, exactly, JPG. You don't want your opponent to have easy hooks to open up your king position. And that's one reason, JPG, that in the early part of a game, you'll seldom see people moving the pawns in front of their own king. And that's one of the reasons people get back rank mated when they get to the end game, is because they weren't supposed to move a bunch of pawns in front of their king because they didn't want to create hooks. But then at some point, the game transitions to a different phase where you're more likely to get checkmated from the side than from in front. Anyway, chess is hard.
I know. We have disclaimers for our theory, so...
All right, so white plays h4, black plays f5, forces the knight in, rook d8, forcing the knight to trade, h5. Hey, that's good for white. Position.
Also bishop pair. I'm not sure if I can hear David, but looks like...
Position looks very... Yeah.
I think you froze it for a second, David.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're back. So white gets a bishop pair, yeah? So white gets a bishop pair and also gets the open file.
Ah. Whoa, what if... Wait, those were some fancy tactics. Hang on. Let's review that really quick, class. The most common type of tactics in chess are these series of captures, and you just have to count if you're ahead or behind pieces after a bunch of captures. So black plays knight b6, trying to take over the d file while the rook on h1 is not there.
So my first thought is that's interesting because I would love to keep my bishop, but it looks like I cannot, yeah? Because this knight can potentially go to a4 and then some e4 might happen, is it? Because I want to play something like queen e1 and keep the bishop, but but I don't think it's...
I mean, the first thing is black's just going to seize the file, right? That's the first.
Yeah.
That's the first.
I have to go back to maybe e1.
File from you. Go back here.
Actually, it's not easy to play knight a4 because of bishop c4 check and h takes g6 or something like that, right? Because
yeah, this looks like good use of a hook.
Yeah, perfect explanation for the hook.
Yeah. So maybe it was an option for white to give up the d file. It wasn't something white really wanted to do. But anyway, oh, sorry. The game continuation was they traded. We had this check to connect the rooks, has to recapture the queen, trades with check. And that's how they got to this end game. and it's equal material and opposite colored bishops. And before we take a little break, who would you favor in this rook and bishop endgame, or is it just equal?
No, I definitely like white, because I think one of the biggest misconceptions is that opposite color bishop endgames are always a draw, but with rooks on the board, it's very different. And white rook is very active, so definitely has a lot of play. Even if black manages to play, let's say, e4 and e3, I think that rook will be sitting on e6 and creating a lot of problems for the black pawns. I don't even know if black can play e4 and e3. So I think white is going to push this for a while.
Yeah, so very hard to get this rook out of here. And I think a very strong move also by Dariush right here, b4, to set the scene for this endgame, is he's thinking if Danya tries to move the c pawn, which is a weakness, then he gets to push past it with b5 and create a very scary potential outside pass pawn. So I think a move like b4 says like he's pretty happy with his position. He wants to turn the screws. We will see if he's able to do that when we come back after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to round 3 coverage of the 2021 U.S. Women's Chess Championships and U.S. Chess Championships. I am joined by Grandmaster Magesh Panchanathan, and we were just taking a look during the break at this gambit opening from Nazi Paikidze.
Yeah, looks very exciting. E4, yeah? I mean, take on C4 and play E4.
Yeah. Oh, with the bishop already on F4. So it's even not what I'm used to.
I'm totally not used to any of this. So usually you're saying the bishop is on C1 when they go E4?
Yeah, or on G5. I've rarely seen a pawn sack line with the bishop on F4. The Queen's Gambit is kind of famous for being, not a gambit. The most famous opening that's called a gambit and is not a gambit. But there are some lines where you sacrifice a pawn, and this early E4 is, but yeah, I don't think I've seen it with the bishop on F4 before. Very interesting.
Okay, looks like there is definitely pressure from white side, yeah? The bishop on C8 needs to get out. I guess black is maybe 2 or 3 moves behind. If I play B6, bishop B7, and C5, then maybe black is fine, but the question is, can white make use of the time, yeah?
Right, B6, bishop B7, C5, and B6 was played right under our arrows. So good call on that. The additional question for black, since they're sort of behind, is going to be where to place the queen if they want to fight back in the center, because white can play a move like rook D1, kind of stopping C5 and stuff. If you put your queen on the E file, then the rook on E1 is looking at you. And also with white's development lead, if we play bishop B7, we have to watch out for sacrifices on E6 or F7. Exactly.
Maybe a move like knight E5, yeah?
Yeah. If knight E5 going to F7, if knight G5, maybe going to E6 after, a knight, maybe a knight trait on G5, the bishop could come here for some pressure. So, well, I would expect one of those knight moves, honestly, right here.
Yeah, rook a d1, knight e5. I mean, knight g5, I think I might simply... Well, actually, knight g5 is interesting, but I would probably take and go bishop b7. But I do see the pin being annoying for a while. I'm not sure if that's enough for
for a whole pawn,
Yeah.
I think what black would want to do is try and just sort of dig out with the pieces. Like give up on like a C5 pawn break, since white's rooks are the ones that are going to profit, even though this is our normal move. But if the white rooks are just going to profit, I'd rather go bishop D5, trade it, play queen D5, maybe even if I take doubled pawns, just sort of.
Yeah, bishop D5 is very nice. If black gets to play bishop D5, I think black will be completely fine with the extra pawn.
Yeah.
What about knight E5? David, knight E5 looks interesting,
Let's try knight E5, yeah. Because the big question is, can black even play bishop B7 then, or does knight F7 hurt too much?
Can I go some bishop E6 or knight F7 kind of move, yeah?
Yeah.
So knight F7, can I actually take with the king?
Yeah. First question, can we wander? Now white's approach would be like F3 and queen C2, because the bishop's job is here. Or maybe G4, bishop F5, checkmate.
Nice. G4, maybe I can take though. Knight takes G4 and with F4 defending, yeah?
Just fight your way out with the pieces. Yar. Now it's the kings are just facing each other. A stare down. Who's truly confident? Who believes that their army will come through for them? Yeah, okay. Let's try queen C2. Going for F3.
I don't know, some feels a little slow, but let's see, what can I do? F3 does pick up the piece. After that, you're completely fine, yeah?
Yeah, if I win back the piece, then I'll just say I've got the bishop pair. I'll stop worrying about the king on G6.
I mean, it's a little difficult, because if I play something like queen E7, you can just move the bishop back, and F3 is pretty unstoppable.
This knight is only more and more dead, right?
Yeah. So yeah, maybe queen C2 already does the job. Makes it very uncomfortable for black. Yeah. So it's safe to assume that king F7 was...
King F7 was risky.
Yeah, too risky. I guess rook F7, bishop E6, and just go queen F8 and
defend it.
Yeah.
And now we're going to try and like emphasize the E file. Or maybe I should take the pawn on C7.
I know, free pawn.
You're like, David's passing up a free pawn. What's wrong?
Free pawn always gets my attention.
Maybe rook C8. That's like, I don't want to give counterplay either. I'm playing on the basis that my rook's already dead, so I don't.
Only one. You can take only one, yeah?
I can only take one. I don't care which. If you do this, I'm still trying to win the C3 pawn.
Yeah, that's actually a problem. Rook C8 is pretty nice.
All right. Well, so we'll play F3, take the E file. Knight will run away, and yeah, then I'm going to double rooks on this file, right?
I was thinking if I can force something here and win the A7 pawn. So bishop D6, CD6, bishop F7, and then rook E7.
Oh man,
I'll be up 2 pawns. Yeah.
I forgot how fast grandmasters are. You spotted this. With an absolute, or not quite an absolute 7th rank, but with the 7th rank and 2 pawns in an endgame, that's, I mean, only white could be better.
Yeah, totally. This can be good for black. Yeah.
So that was knight E5, bishop B7, knight F7. We just threw it at black, and we got a pretty good position.
Unless, yeah, this is kind of, if knight E5, it looks like bishop E7 is almost forced, right? What else can I do? Knight C6 could be annoying otherwise.
Right. Also, I mean, we played B6. If this move just prevents us from moving the bishop, what are we ever doing anymore?
So I think we should still check a little bit more on bishop B7, knight F7, right? Is there anything else that I can do after?
I mean, I suppose if it's really bad, bishop D7 is not illegal because it stops knight C6, and we could say we played B6 to avoid queen B7.
I like how you said it's not illegal. You can play.
Well, you know, there's moves like G5, which I consider flagrantly illegal, but like bishop D7, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
You could play the move without your opponent going like this at you. Okay, so bishop B7, we're going to try and defend again. Knight F7. Do you want to try the king on E7? I don't.
No. I mean, I'm trying to see at the point when you played F3 if there is anything else that I could do, but knight only has to go to. There's nothing else. Yeah, everything seems to fall.
Yeah.
Unless I could have played a rook E7. Oh, I can't play queen D5 because he will simply take on B7. So, yeah, this actually looks good. I like white's position with knight E5 then.
Yeah. What a surprise. Well, I mean, not a total surprise. I mean, we knew it's the first thing we looked at, right? We knew to look at this idea. Knight E5, and we're not really sure what black's going to do. Now, in the game, I think only B6 has been played, and Nazi's been in a long think the whole time we've been talking. But I think, you know, our viewership may be accustomed to like blitz games and blitz commentary, but this is classical chess. They've got time to ponder, and these are the kinds of ponderings that actually go on in the players' heads when they go on a 20-minute think. I mean, they're thinking like, can I prevent bishop B7? You know, should I play knight G5 to trade one of these knights and increase the power of my dark squared bishop? Or are these knights kind of awkward and I want to leave them sort of stuck with each other and play for knight E5?
I was thinking maybe knight E5, knight D6.
Right. I thought of this also as a possibility. And I think we would just, I mean, keep our bishop automatically, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was first seeing if there's anything interesting in knight C6, but I think it's okay, right? Queen E8, and I don't see anything major happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
okay, so like bishop D3. And
now bishop B7.
Now we can develop. Yes.
With the knight on D6.
Yeah. Now, if I could play queen H3, I would get very excited. Could just clear that 3rd rank. But as it is,
maybe bishop D5, maybe C4, maybe slowly still doing it. But I mean, white still has some pressure, but.
Yeah, as it is, I think we're playing it a little bit slower here. Rook AD1, queen C2, maybe C4, like you say.
Yeah. I mean, all of these, look good looking moves like C4, Rook D1, Bishop G5. All of these moves kind of build on the attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
maybe 96 is the way to go. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this didn't get smashed. This gives us a real game. To me, this feels like a normal sort of what it feels like when somebody has sacrificed a pawn and it's reasonable. Like they're neither completely lacking in compensation nor smashing. This is a reasonable way to be down a pawn, but Paikidze just picked a different route. She, after long thought, played rook d1.
We considered this too, yeah. It's a pretty interesting move, of course.
Yeah.
So what's happening after bishop b7? Does she want to go?
Right. What does she want to do after this? So obviously putting the rook here makes sort of logical sense, but when you think for 15, 20 minutes on a move, there's some more depth to like what specifically she's trying to do.
There's no d5, so...
Right. The first question, folks, is always d5 in these positions.
Look at the forcing moves.
You just have to look at it, and usually just by looking at it, something about it, just by looking at it, it'll teach you something about what you should be doing. Even if the move completely doesn't work, I find it's very helpful for knowing what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I think I just take, and it doesn't look like there's anything special in this, right?
Mm-hmm. Probably with the e pawn to keep this as well defended as possible.
Yeah.
And what, white trades and plays c4 because white's got the rooks out?
Yeah, but even then I just simply take back. You win the one piece back and it'd still be fine, yeah?
Right. And now...
Maybe I could have just taken with the knight and given up the piece also, right? Just go knight takes d5 instead of bishop takes d5 and let you take the piece.
I take this one here, and now you need to get off this file quickly.
Yeah, probably, I don't know, queen. Queen c8.
Okay.
Ah, I dropped it.
The file was too much.
I had to do it.
The file was too much.
The file was too much, yeah. This is actually maybe a little tricky now, yeah.
Riskier than giving up our bishop. And here I was thinking maybe bring the queen to f5, but there's probably like a few moves to...
Yeah, this is one of those positions here where you know black is better. You just have to be careful. Figure it out.
Maybe even something like this, just accepting that my dark squares are weak, but saying like, well, I'm going to keep my stuff as defended as I can. And
up 2 pawns is more than enough to compensate for the dark square weakness, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think d5 can be played right away. So,
right. And meanwhile, Anna Sharovich has quickly played bishop b7. You should know that Sharovich played great yesterday against Irina Krush. She played an opening that's very unimpressive, you know, some kind of bishop b5 London system, quickly trading into an endgame with basically no prospects for white. And Irina was torturing her, and she did a great job of like keeping her time up, playing really tough defensive moves. And she came through in the end and held, I would say, an unlikely draw. I was expecting her to lose the game. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah. So she's playing confidently. You see her like 30 minutes ahead on the clock here. She develops the bishop, and
she has one more game in the same route. And because it's going to be the same like struggle that you talked about, she has the material, so she has to defend. Yeah. And a little bit more defense today than for her.
Yeah.
I don't know. I cannot think of anything other than something like 95 eventually, or at some point move the bishop back to d3 and play some c4, d5. So at this point, if I'm not doing anything on e6 or f7, I feel like my queen on b3 is also not doing much.
Right. I mean, we could play knight e5 trying to make the same threat from before, but with the rook here. And then like clearly knight d6 and bishop d5 are defensive moves for the opponent.
Yeah, I like bishop d5, of course. Yeah, if I get to play bishop d5, it looks like it's got to be
You're just happy to do that anytime you can and trade off my light squared bishop, break up my bishop pair, and you're up a pawn, so you're trading. And I don't really see anything for white here, but I guess it would have to be something with like knight c6, f3, and one of my pieces coming to e7 if I have anything.
Yeah, maybe start with f3, right?
Okay. Right, because otherwise knight c6, queen e8, f3, and you take my knight. So and leave yours on e4. Okay, so f3. I think this is the only square for the knight. We've played f3 enough times that I just
Actually, I'm picking up the d5 pawn back now. Yeah, white seems to be okay.
Here and here. At least we've equalized for white. At least we've equalized. Like,
could I have taken on d5 with the queen instead of taking the pawn? That'd be a possibility. I know c7 is always hanging. It looks a little odd. And also,
but you want to
c4 also c4. Yeah.
Okay.
c4 already.
Yeah, I'm not interested in trading queens, so I'll try my luck with c4. And out here. And
now knight c6 is strong.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I have for my pawn, but somehow the black pieces all seem a bit weird still.
Yeah, I had to go back. I think queen a5 seems okay. Maybe queen d8.
You want to hang out in here still, and I'm probably going to do the same thing as before. f3.
And now you also have c5. Yeah, you have knight d6. You can go c5 too.
c5.
c5 knight f5. Okay.
Yeah, you have to keep this close.
And you get the d5 square. This is probably too quick.
Right. And I'm trying this, but I'm not super confident in what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like there is enough pressure. Maybe queen f3 also looks nice here.
Okay.
Put the knight on c6 at some point.
Right. Use c6 and bishop g5 because knight c6 will take the queen off of defending here. And then knight c6 is threatened, right?
Yeah, you're also just threatening to take on f6 and so go some knight d7 to pick up the pawn back at some point. So it seems to me like
this is a lot of pressure. I'm really feeling white's power right now, personally.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it makes sense. Knight e5, I think, is a follow-up to keep the pressure.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
But Paikidze just brought the bishop back to f1 in the game. So I think she was afraid of bishop d5 trading her bishop, and she just wants to play like c4 and whatever, queen e3, and just play.
Slightly feels a little off, right? I mean, like you want to continue to play more aggressive moves. Bishop f1, I mean, it's reasonable because you're tucking the bishop in so you can play c4. Right. But somehow I would have preferred something a little bit more aggressive, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, she's playing a little generally, and she's not looking for what's like a specific way to get something going for white in this position. A little more like, well, I've got my pieces, like, do I want to trade them or not? Where do I want to go? How do I sort of prevent black's ideas like c5 and bishop d5? A little prophylactic thinking.
The problem is when you're down a pawn, though, you probably want to do the other thing that you mentioned, where you go very specific, try to create specific problems rather than do general, put pieces in good squares kind of situation.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like there was a little more juice in this position for white than what she did so far. There was another position that was really interesting to you also on the women's side, right?
Yeah. So, well, I think most of them are going very slow on positional. Right. I think Carissa against Megan Lee, they have a solid position. We can look at it. Mm-hmm. I guess white has much more space than black with the e5 pawn, right, but also has a slightly, I can't call that a bad bishop on e3 yet. No, not now. Maybe in an endgame in the future.
A medium bishop.
Yeah. In the middle game, it can be very, very good. But maybe in the endgame, if everything else is gone and it's a knight against bishop, then that could be a bad piece. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, so it looks like the c file is where they're going, right? I mean, she's playing on the c file, which makes sense.
Yeah. Anytime you see, I'm just going to back up for when white played rook fc1, right? Like you have a choice between rook ac1 and rook fc1. And which one somebody chooses, anytime you're playing an opponent and they play one of these moves, which one they choose should really tell you what they're looking at. I mean, if they play rook fc1, they're saying this rook that's stuck behind the a pawn, like they've got some plans. They're really looking at the queen side. If they played rook ac1 instead, then, maybe they're thinking of g4 at some point as well to play like both sides of the board. So you see rook fc1, you guys want to get good at recognizing like what your opponent's thinking, right? Reading their mind just a little bit. So rook fc1, okay, it's going to be all about the c file. Carissa plays b6, afraid of knight c5.
Interesting. Now b5 becomes a little bit of a hole, though. I'm thinking if I can somehow land on b5, I mean, I think a6 she can prevent by playing a5, but b5 could be the thing, because she has a dark squared bishop. But the thing is, it takes a little bit of maneuvering. Of course, the white knights are not
time,
close
right?
to
Like maybe
knight
knight
b1, knight c3, yeah. But I think white's slightly better, yeah.
Probably slightly better, yeah. I mean, for my life playing French defenses, when I see a position like this, I feel pretty comfortable or like confident, because like it could be a lot worse. We don't have the c8 bishop.
Yeah.
And if the game's being played on the c file, I'm less scared than if it's being played on my king. So that, like, yeah, maybe white's got like a little edge, but if I have to find moves like rook c8 and knight a5, I'm like pretty confident I'll find them.
Yep. Yeah, not so threatening. That's the point, right? Of course, makes sense, because there's no attack on the king. It's not that threatening.
Exactly. So we're going to check one other position here real quick. These players are currently in the competition for first place in the U.S. Women's Championships. Rating wise, a surprise. Maybe somebody with more insight into what they've been doing would say like, oh, I know this person is, on fire or whatever. But a lot of these players, after a break because of COVID, it's not really known what different people's form is like. Who's done useful training, who's completely out of practice. So I don't have any insights as to who I expected would be.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I know Ashrita, and I know she's been working on chess, but I don't know enough to see exactly like what you pointed out, which is the biggest surprise I think that we're all facing when we walk into any tournament, is that who is probably 200 or 300 points higher than where they are.
Yeah.
Because they've been just studying chess, so you don't know that.
Yeah. And I believe Ashrita is still going to school. I believe she's a student in maybe even at UC Berkeley, but I'm pretty sure she's in university. She's 20 years old. So she couldn't be doing all chess.
You're right.
But she started off with a nice 1.5 out of 2. And the only player ahead of her is white, Katerina Nemtsova.
Yeah. And looks like a solid game here too.
Yeah. She played a quick b6, bishop a6 against the London system, trying to give Katerina weak light squares. Katerina's waiting to play bishop d3 because she read the move b6 and thought, well, they might go bishop a6.
Save a move, right? Why play bishop d3? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So even spent a move on c3, which looks like a nearly pointless move to me. If there's not really much like pressure here, like I don't know if I want c3 or c4 or whatever, but she's like, well, if I play bishop d3, bishop a6, it's a lost move, so I'll play c3.
So black had to give in eventually. Yeah? Both players are trying to wait and wait and wait.
Yeah. I suppose c3 is not useless. In some cases, it would let white play e4.
Yeah, c3 is a very normal structure here, but I see your point where you say that you could reserve the right to play c4 if you don't play it. Yeah. But in her case, I think it made sense because she didn't want to play bishop d3 and waste that move.
Yeah.
So now the question is knight on a6. It has to find maybe 1 or 2 moves to get back into a good square.
Yeah.
Other than that, seems equal. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would almost expect d5 here. If I were playing black, I've just traded my light squared bishop. I don't know if white wants to play e4 or not, but I don't really want white to play e4. I would have probably played d5 here, but Ashrita positions her queen to fight for the light squares. That's her.
d5 seems very logical. Maybe she was worried about some queen e2 and e4, like you said, after that. So I don't know. But definitely, yeah.
Yeah. And Nemtsova's in no hurry. She played rook d1 here. So she's passed up at least 2 chances to play e4 if she really wanted to.
Good question. Why not e4? Yeah, well, e4 does look interesting, right?
Yeah.
She worried about some take on d4 and go knight c5 or knight b4. What is going on?
Something like this, maybe.
I was actually thinking if I take my knight after pawn takes d4, but
Yeah. You could play it like a Sicilian too.
Yeah, just play e5 or something if I have a chance. But if I play e5, they go knight d5. Yeah, nothing special. At some point, black will play d5. I was just thinking I'll get a queenside majority.
Right.
And keep playing. But yeah, I mean, playable position, nothing special. Yeah, knight c5 at some point. D5
the nice thing about this is that this knight didn't have to spend a few moves going through b8 again.
Comes back to a good square on c5, yeah.
So we play like here, and white has to defend the e pawn probably. And I mean, white seems a little bit better.
But normal. But I agree with you. I think if c takes d4, c takes d4, then maybe some d5 is what she was probably not liking so much.
Right. Then maybe we're looking at like an advanced French. And the question is, can black play knight e4 and relieve a little bit of cramp? And then play rook c8 quickly. It looks okay for black also.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why Nemtsova is not rushing to play e4, because I mean, she's a London system player. She probably likes like a longer game with more tension. And maybe she thinks if she plays e4 too quickly here, Ashrita can sort of stabilize into either a Sicilian or a French and a comfortable structure for black. So she rather maneuver a bit longer.
Yeah, makes sense. With the knight on a6 not finding a good place, I think slow playing this makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And Ashrita is still avoiding playing d5.
What is she really worried about? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess she's not worried about anything, so she's just developing her rooks. But yeah. I mean, as long as she doesn't care about e4, then I guess rook c8 makes sense. That's a very good bet that file will become open at some point.
Yeah, you're right. If black is not too worried about e4, then rook c8. I mean, I don't have to rush into d5. Maybe d5, knight e5 was what. I mean, I still think it's okay. Black should be able to be fine. But yeah, maybe it's not required. I think both players is playing it slow a little bit, which makes sense. Non-committal, which is fair.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And the time has come for us to show you all another quick commercial break. We will be back in 3 minutes with more of the 2021 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. So please don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 U.S. Chess Championships and 2021 U.S. Women's Championships. That's right, championships. These are the best players in the country going at it right now. 12 players in each section, 6 games in each section, 12 games for us to watch. And it's pretty exciting. You can see the games all around us. Mukesh, how are you enjoying this event?
Yeah, this is great. I'm usually checking out the result at some point, but now I feel like I'm part of it.
Yeah, we are. It's all around us.
Ended already, so that's good. No quick repetitions.
Right. Yeah, nobody found any quick repetitions and no draw offers were allowed. There's one game here which I wonder if it might be headed for a quick repetition, and perhaps your grandmaster insight would be appreciated. It's the game between Bruzon Batista and Linier Dominguez. This is the I didn't realize that this was today, but this is the Cuban rematch. These were the number 1 and number 2 players in Cuba. They've probably played each other more than anyone else in their career, actually, I would guess. Because I know I've got some rivals from growing up who I just played some people like 20 times. And these guys probably battled for many years against each other. And
this looks like you're right. At this point, it looks like it's heading towards almost a forced draw, right? Because black is down a piece, and I have to do something right now. Yeah. So looks like something like Queen H5. Yeah.
Having not seen the moves that led up to this, right? We're down a piece, our knight is attacked, and the white king's position is messed up. There's not enough pieces for checkmate. Far too few black pieces have been invited to the king side. So it looks like black's just trying for a perpetual with queen f5 or h5, attacking these squares. I don't know if it matters which one they do. But whoa, did I do that or did he do that?
I think he did that.
Okay. So I didn't mess it up if this is a bad move. Okay, so queen f5 and okay, pawn takes knight. We'll just show folks. It's not going to be, well, it might be played, but this is the simplest version of how a queen can give a perpetual, etc. Yeah, that's the simplest version. Now white doesn't have to take this knight, maybe.
Well, I have to say, I have a couple of moves. I can try to move my rook. So when you play queen h3, I move my king, or I can play king g2 or king h2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we can move the rook or we can move the king. The king moves are pretty easy to cover because black can just check, right? Like here,
then you go back, yeah.
You check. If you're ever here, you check. Right?
Now I can go to g1 though.
I'm going to check.
Oh, of course you check. I was like, you're going to play queen takes f3, and then I'm like,
don't worry. I will do nothing but check.
Of course, yeah. Should be a draw. Fair enough. So I have to go. I mean, I don't think I can do much, but let's say I try to move my rook.
Try to bail out this rook. How far away should we go? How much room should we give this king?
Well, just to be safe, rook all the way to b1.
All the way to b1. Let's give them all.
Just for the fun of it.
I
mean, there's queen. Oh, we blundered the queen. Rook c1. Rook c1.
Ah.
Yeah, we blundered the queen. Rook c1 is the what we have to look at.
Well, that makes it easier to pick where we want to go with the rook. We only have one choice.
There is queen h3 and knight g5 kind of ideas, but I don't know there is bishop e2. Right?
Okay, so black can try and checkmate us while we were busy trying to get a win.
There's bishop e2 now, right?
Bishop e2 seems necessary.
Move.
And how many pawns does black have at the moment? 7 against 5. If we take one more on f3, it'd be 3 pawns against the dark squared bishop. Not quite enough. I'm not excited to play knight f3 and just play that.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't be excited to play knight f3, but I'm thinking do I have enough time to just get my rook around to go something like rook e8, rook e6, and rook g6?
Let's try it. We'll play rook f instead of rook a to trick white into thinking we might do something on the queen side.
There's also f4, yeah? No, yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like it's going to work. If I'm going to play knight f3 anyway, so might as well have taken the pawn.
Thinking like here or here.
Yeah, this should be good for white, right? I mean, I feel like I'm past any real threats. I mean, if I play rook e1, you have rook e6.
How about this move?
Yeah, even f5 looks good.
How about this, Magesh? We just say like no rooks allowed.
But I'm going to check you a few times though.
You will check me a million times. I believe you.
I also have something like c5 that could be annoying.
Or you might have c5 and then, oops, I did let the rook in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's a very tricky situation. White has just played rook c1, defending the queen and allowing the game to continue. So white had the option, folks, of taking the knight and agreeing to a draw right away. Basically, I mean, I'm not the one here who should be speaking for grandmasters, but basically, if a grandmaster sees that they could make a draw like this, the only reason they would play rook c1 is if they think that the position might be good for them. There's no point playing rook c1 if they're not going to have the advantage.
Absolutely. And also, it's also possible that it's still an equality is assessment, but they're going further because black has to find a few more moves to get that equality. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So keep the game going, keep the challenge happening. So
yeah. Okay, so we looked at queen h3 and knight g5. I'm sure the queen could also
take on f3 and go knight g5, right?
Could take on f3 and go knight g5. The queen could also just take both pawns and leave the knight here for the moment. The queen could take one pawn and then, I guess, not play rook e8 while the bishop's here, but maybe some version of c5. See what that does to the bishop. And oh, you could even try and play c5, c4 to lock this bishop.
And try to win the bishop right there. So you want to take on f3 first and then try to play something like c5?
Yeah, I mean, I see that Dominguez just played queen h3, but I mean...
But this is very interesting. You want to play
if
c5.
I could get the bishop to go to e3 and then I try and cut their bishop out of the game...
The thing is, my bishop is still not dead. I mean, yeah, exactly.
I'm going to rescue it like this.
Bishop a4, both moves keep my bishop alive, so I would still be up.
And actually, you got to the king side just as fast. So that's a totally bad idea. But it was suddenly a thought like, what if we like left this guy over here?
It looked interesting.
Okay, well, the game, they're playing some moves very quickly, folks. So we're just going to have to not analyze them and just see what they're doing. So
queen h3, king g1. What do we have after that? Looks like it's right there with queen h3 and king g1, yeah?
Wait, what's happening? Okay.
Yeah, I see knight g5 is also played. Bishop b2 looks forced. So it looks like they're playing the variation we just saw. The question is, will he take on f3 or will he try to continue with some rook e8 or something like that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like white, actually. I feel like I'm going to fancy my chances with the extra piece.
Right.
Even though it looks a little dangerous. Yeah, bishop e2, because if we had rook e8, we saw f4, right? And that looked like it should be completely fine. After bishop e2, maybe the variation you were talking about, where I just simply take the pawn and play with the 3 pawns.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he just did it. Like, took the bishop out of my hand. Perfect. They're playing... The fact that they're playing pretty quickly makes me think that both players have a pretty clear idea of where it's going. And it also makes me wonder if the position's about equal, or at least like they're thinking that it's equal based on what they've seen so far. Because if you're more worried, maybe you spend more time. But yeah, they might be headed towards this. The current live position, I believe, is bishop e2 has been played. Yeah, bishop e2.
It cannot be equal. Right? I mean, like, I feel like white has to be simply better there. I mean, my bishop on d4, unless, I mean, c5 is annoying. I agree with that, but and it's all a matter of getting my rook to e3 or something. If in knight f3, bishop f3, queen f3.
Yeah,
I want to try something like rook e1, but queen g4 and queen h3 will definitely send my king out to e2.
So if we want to avoid the perpetual, we have to go all the way to e2, and now we're not playing rook e3.
And we might also be, we should also be okay to give up the e5 pawn, maybe, I don't know, at some point.
If we have to, we have queen d3 now covering the light squares, which is what white's struggling to cover. Or the king could run towards b2, or the rook could switch to g1.
Yeah, this still looks good for white. Yeah, I have to say that.
It does, yeah. There's an interesting question in the chat, which is, are these two players like, are they friends? Are they enemies? Are they healthy rivals? I don't know, they're kind of like, personal history, but given the question of like, they've played each other for so long, it would be interesting to know.
I'm sure they have a history of, playing a lot. Like you said, I'm sure they've played like tons of games.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, right? I have players I grew up with, we're all grandmasters. I'm sure I have at least 10 or 15 games played.
Yeah.
So there's always some kind of history before.
Yeah. For me, if I think like my main rivals, like the people I played the greatest number of games with, we're all friends. So
yeah,
that's my experience. So I'm going to hope that that Bruzan and Dominguez are friends.
Yeah, I would bet on that.
How about you? Are you mostly friends with your old rivals?
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, unless something really, really bad happens, you don't have any reason. I mean, most of the players that we know when during childhood playing will still remain friends. That's a good thing about the chess world, right? No matter where you travel, you still stay connected. Chess connects us.
Yeah. I've heard that even like Karpov and Kasparov, who had sort of like more of a heated rivalry when they were playing for the world championship, and they represented slightly different generations. They didn't like grow up together. But Kasparov came up in the next generation after Karpov, and they sort of represented different politics and stuff like that. But I've heard that even they, once they got older, were like, oh yeah, the guy like shared all these like intense like games with. There's some kind of like a camaraderie of like, you're the only other person who understands what I went through and like the key moments of my life, actually.
That's true. I think that's when you go to that level of achievement, you're going to be able to relate and respect only a very few other people who have gone through what you have gone through, right? I'm sure also age does that. You tone down.
Yeah, it tones down some of that, like just wanting to be better than everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, so this game's pretty exciting, and we'll see. I mean, there's like a chance for a repetition, chance for more excitement. I want to check in on another game that's like heated up immensely, which is
just quickly. He did play knight f3 though, right?
He did play the knight f3 move. Yeah. So like the live position I have is after the trades on f3.
Okay.
And white could play rook e1 like you were suggesting. I think queen d1 is also a move that could be in the air to cover some light squares over here. Probably prevents perpetual check.
Yep. Two very interesting moves to be possible. Yes.
So definitely a time for Bruzan to stop. I'm sure rook d1 is also a candidate move. Like same idea as rook e1, but if your king gets checked to e2, you still have access to the third rank in some case. There's probably a fair bit for Bruzan to think about here. And honestly, these players have quite a bit of time for it. They've got an hour left and they've made 20 moves. They're doing well with their clocks. But
what else do we have?
Yeah, let's check out Burke's big test. He's half an hour down against Caruana. He's attacking Fabi's pieces, very disrespectfully trying to just win material, right? B4.
Discord attacks. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of this bishop a6 situation. It feels a little awkward sitting on a6.
Right.
And I mean, obviously, white has to play knight c4 now, I think. Or do I have bishop c4 too? I guess knight c4 looks normal.
Right. So there's bishop c4, there's knight c4, there's knight b5. There might even be bishop a4 check, and then any piece to b5. He's got a lot of moves possible. He chose knight c4 before we went down a rabbit hole trying to guess it.
Okay, so the a6 bishop is under attack. I'm going to say definitely black shouldn't play bishop takes c4. That looks okay. Like the last one you want to play.
It's like my light squares are weak in the center. My light squares are weak if I run to the king side. But this bishop's awkward.
I know. What do you do
to get rid of such a bad piece?
Because I can't take bishop takes d4 either, because queen d4 and the king looks very suspicious.
Oh, God. Are we castling because we got nothing else to do?
Castling queen f6. I don't know. I mean, like just.
All right, she comes in. She had an invite. I'm hoping you don't have queen takes knight.
There is no queen takes knight, so you're fine.
Yeah.
With queen g6. Maybe queen f6 was a little too much.
Bishop's blocked for a moment, but anybody wondering?
I mean, I probably can also take the pawn on b4 if I want to, I guess, yeah.
Oh, just win a pawn. How pedestrian. I thought your next idea would be f4, tearing open the king side.
Yeah. f4 is more your style. Also,
but okay, you'll just take a pawn, you'll stop c5, and we'll be patient about this kind of weakness. I can tell you I am patient. If my opponent has weaknesses so bad that I think no amount of time will fix them, then I'm willing to be quite patient, actually.
But actually thinking about it, f4 looks very interesting. Probably very strong. But I mean, I guess bishop takes d4 is not a move he's going to play, I think. Right? What is it that black is going to do?
Okay, what is a plausible move for black here in the face of rook takes, bishop as a threat, and just the fact that black's position was kind of trashed by this move g5. If you could put the pawn back on g7, I think you could just play bishop b7, castle, and say, whatever, I'm playing chess. But this move just trashes black to me. Like to play g5 and then just have it as a weakness and he never achieved anything out of it.
Yeah, it's just a long-term weakness for the rest of the game, particularly when black had to play e takes d4. With the pawn on e5, I think the position is still a little close. But right now, after e takes d4, knight takes d4, this is just a completely open position. And g5, like you said, there's no justification for g5 at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't trap that bishop. He didn't start a kingside attack. He didn't put his knight on f4. To me, like this knight h5 move looks connected to g5. Right? Like it's like these moves are all in the same direction.
But I don't like
if the plan was to play knight g3, nothing about this makes sense.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Maybe knight f4 maybe makes more sense, right? Why can't I go knight f4? Oh, well, actually b5 is hanging for once, so I can't play knight f4 because
Bobby's doing stuff, huh? I mean, well, b5 is defended, right?
No, there's no bishop f2. It's two pieces, yeah?
Too many pieces, yeah. Too many. Okay, yeah.
So I'm threatening b5.
Right.
I mean, this is all very concrete. Like we talked about knight a5 early on in this game. I think playing knight a5 means you have to be very concrete on what exactly you're doing. Yeah.
Still hanging.
Yeah. I mean, like bishop.
I'm not liking the knight a5 move either. It feels like what Burke did actually didn't hang together in this position.
Yeah. At this point, I don't see what he can do other than take on g3. Actually, he played.
Oh, remember we were thinking maybe he would like push past when we first saw this position.
It's maybe still an interesting move to look at.
Right? Because there's those like ideas where you do that and then you just come back and
because now, oh, well, actually I can still play b5 technically because I get the two minor pieces.
Right.
But now if you take, the problem is when you play knight d4, you cannot take with the bishop.
Yeah, right. I'll just show that, folks. Here, right, can't take this way, take this way. Oh, this is hanging too. We'd be losing even if it weren't hanging. That's how bad it is.
Knight d4 is not possible either way.
Here,
I don't know if b6 would be interesting. To really trap that bishop a little bit.
That's rude, but I approve. I approve. Pawn in the face. Oh man. No, we're not doing any better than John Burke is with his position so far. Anyway, he went for g5. He took that piece. I don't think this position at any point here looks really pleasant.
Yeah, the pawn on b5 is kind of the big problem for the black pieces, because with the knight on c6 I cannot play c6. By the way, it looks like David froze
for black, but struggling to come. Yeah, I'm back. Yay.
Yes, you're back.
I was just clicking through those moves without any improvement suggestions. So live is knight c4, and Burke's clock is just taking down. He doesn't know what to do about this either.
Bishop b7 maybe? No, right? I mean, I can play bishop b7, but I mean the pawn, like There's a pawn that's hanging on b4 for free. There's some knight f5 stuff. I mean, it just really, or is there knight a5 too? If you take on e4, rook e1. Yeah, I'm sure white has like multiple ways to do good here.
We have to avoid knight f5 and knight c6.
And queen h5.
And queen h5. This is about to look 19th century if it went this way.
Yeah.
Oh, he's done something. He's done something. I mean, he had to make a move. He's given up the light squared bishop.
I was going to say that watch this happen. Right? This is the first move we eliminated, saying, I don't think black is going to play bishop takes e4.
But then when we looked at everything else, by process of elimination, I guess he came back to just making this concession. And not to provide too many spoilers, but John Burke is not going to pass his test today.
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
I mean, he's low on time, which is a very important resource when you've got a bad position. And I think he's playing a little bit like scared or intimidated or something, but this
also possibly some opening preparation gone wrong because it just seems like it never gelled together.
Yeah. So that's looking bad. Let's check in on some other positions.
Is that a game we've not seen yet?
There is Sevian and Xiang. We've never seen that.
Okay.
Other than in our multi-board view. This was probably the Catalan.
Oh yeah, this is the queen a4 check, right? Yeah.
I remember Sevian was thinking about queen a4.
So black's last one was knight f6, yeah?
Yeah. Which actually is a little bit of a bad sign, right? Like you were trying to block the bishop on g2. You're retreating. You're not trading. Doesn't feel great.
Well, I think the queen on d2 feels a little awkward. I mean, if white fixes that, then I think black should be worried.
Yeah.
But the queen is a little bit of a buffer for black right now, I think. I mean, I need bishop e3. I need like a3, b4. I need some immediate threats. Then black is probably going to be worried.
Mm-hmm.
Can I play queen c2? Would it be a problem in the future?
Maybe you could just play the move you wanted to, b4.
Oh, you tactically wait, takes. What do you want to do? Knight d5? I take, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to play knight d5, the pseudo tactic, and get destroyed like this. But I had in mind to play rook b1.
This looks good.
Queen a5, and then play knight d5.
Make it work. Talk about thinking about your opponent's move and making the fix for it and then making it work. Thanks, please.
Yeah, I'd considered that my opponent would be playing as well. And
except black would probably play queen c4 though, yeah?
Okay. Yeah, maybe queen c4 is better than walking into the trap. Now I'm going to be able to develop my bishop without having to fix this queen, because I wasn't sure how to fix her.
No, you do have rook c1. And black's queen is quite awkward.
I'm trying to trap this queen. When I do analysis, I don't hide my intentions. I'm trying to trap the queen. I've got both bishop f1, e4 as an idea, and rook c1.
Can I throw in knight e4 and try to take on a3?
Ooh, fancy. Now I want to like sack my queen because I like dark squared bishops. But okay, I guess I have to trade. You can probably trade one more time so your king doesn't get messed up, and then grab this.
It still looks a little dangerous because everything is open.
I've got one moment where you're in danger, but if I can't make anything of it, you'll be fine. Although I'm not going to lose either. I can always
take on b7, yeah.
I can always get the b7 pawn. But you stopped rook c1 and you traded off my stuff.
Trades are good when you're trying to checkmate me.
That's a pretty good defense.
Well, I can go rook b3 with the idea of rook c1.
Right. Trying to regain the space that we were using.
But bishop c5 still.
And this thing back here.
Can also go bishop c5.
Right. And then I'll go here. Here.
Yeah, this is still
here and put a rook here.
Yeah. Still annoying for black, but I think black should hold though, yeah?
It's a mild torture.
Some e5, bishop e6, and then give up the pawn should be
right. Yeah.
holdable,
Just say,
yeah.
who cares about the B pawn here? I don't know if I come here or here. And then you do this just to show people what it looks like. You just play some position like this as black and
yeah. But you said it right, mild torture.
yeah. Nothing too special. Okay.
That's interesting. We came with a super scatty line, like, really, really quickly. B4.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you were saying like maybe A3, B4 or something. And I was like, like maybe we can just go for it. Also, like, there's also like, if my tactics don't work, I could just play rook B1, play like Benko, like, I don't know. You got white's pieces out.
But actually, I was thinking queen C2 is the other option. B4 definitely looks.
If you want to fix things, queen C2. Looking at this, have an eye on knight G4. Black.
Actually, knight G4 is annoying thinking about it, right? Because when I play bishop B3, you can just play knight G4.
Then I'm going to do this, yeah.
So what am I doing next?
Just be ready.
So just a move like bishop D7. And
bishop D7, okay.
Oh, unless B4 works now. No, actually, no. I take and go to A5.
Bishop E3, knight G4. Bishop F4, rook C8, rook C1. I mean, I'm not like impressed.
Yeah, the queen on C2 is still awkward. Queen C2 would only work if I can play bishop E3 the next move. I can't play that, then there's no point. Yeah. What else can I do? Can I play rook B1? Let's be very straightforward. Like you said, keep our intentions very clear. I want to play B4.
Yeah. Just deal with that piece there. So you want to play bishop D7 again for black?
Yeah,
we'll play B4.
Knight A4. Knight A4.
Knight comes here.
Yeah, it looks completely fine, yeah?
Yeah, it looks...
Yeah,
looks like
as long as the knight has a square, then black is fine. So rook B... I mean, it makes me think B4 is a more interesting approach then, because I don't have the time to do anything else. You're going bishop D7.
Yeah, I mean, B4 puts a tough question to black, but I think for the level of these players, it's not a tough enough question.
Yeah.
Like for me, it might be, but I think basically it forces Sevian to find like two tough moves, which he will find. And then he has to submit to a mild torture, which honestly will barely bother him, even though it would bother me.
Yeah, I think once you get to that endgame, that should be fine. It's a question of walking through the moves to get to that endgame, right? I mean, the critical point would be when the queen is sitting on C4, if white can somehow prolong the pressure. But if there is any other move, someone doesn't allow trades or something like that. But yeah, it looks like this is a very critical point in the game, though. If white finds something, it's got to be here.
You could also try and change the course of the game with E4 at some point, which we haven't done. And of course, black can try to play E5 to get more options for the bishop. And then both players have more stuff they can do. Like white could sink a knight on D5 or F5. Black could play like knight G4, bishop C5. So E4 could be a little bit riskier.
I guess E4, E5, some knight F5, yeah? Bishop takes F5, pawn takes F5. But black gets to develop faster. The problem for white is the C1 bishop.
Yeah.
Still a couple of moves away from developing.
Yeah. And it's a little bit rare that people want to block the bishop on G2 in this opening. So if they play E4, they probably want to play E5 right away, not just sit with the pawn on E4 just to have some space. Queen C2, bishop D7, maybe E4 now, and then E5, right?
Can I also play rook C8? Actually, yeah, E5 makes more sense.
You want to play rook C8 first?
Actually, I'm thinking about it. Queen C2, maybe E5 first, right? If I'm going to play E5 anyways, why did I not do it before?
Right. That was my.
But now knight F5. Actually, no. Now knight F5 looks nice for.
But now I'm never going to move this pawn, right?
Because the bishop on G2 needs to be open.
Get in with the pieces. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna stutter step. We're learning here, folks, like a neural network. So we're gonna do this. Unpleasant. I think you were going to double my pawn, but it will let my bishop out.
It will, yeah. I think the light squared bishop is going to be pretty strong now. I mean, rook C8, bishop E3 or something, and I think I like white's position because the two bishops seem strong, yeah? Or maybe even h3 first, if I really want.
Now I've got
Oh,
this.
I have knight d5, of course.
We finally have something to do. Well, actually, knight e3. Yeah, I'll take on e7, not the queen. Yeah, great.
So yeah, this looks pleasant for white. So maybe e4, yeah? You want to go queen c2 and then knight bishop d7 and e4.
Yeah.
So your threat is e5. Your bishop e3 can still be met with knight g4, right?
For now, yeah.
You want to play e5.
I guess all I'm trying to do is play e5, actually.
Makes sense. I want to play rook c8 if I can deal with e5 properly.
Right.
Knight g4.
Try it like this. Bishop f4. g5.
I was thinking if I start with knight a4 first, I want to put pressure on c3.
Yeah.
But well, I see.
But knight a4 hits the queen.
Oh, it's the queen. I can't play it. Yeah. My tactics is not the sharpest.
That's all right. That's how you resharpen.
Exactly. Not bad. I think so far I've hung only 2 pieces so far. So
yeah. Oh my goodness, the time is flying. I probably forgot a whole commercial break. I was just so into the games.
Oh, okay.
So folks, we're just really into this, but Chess.com does need to run ads or have everybody subscribe to their channel in order to bring like highly produced content to you all many hours a day. So I'm going to have to take a little break here. I imagine the live position is still here with Jeffrey thinking in a really rich position. He's been thinking about it for a while. We have too. And later on, we'll get to see what he came up with. Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 U.S. Women's Championships and 2021 Championships. Magesh, you've got your eyes still on this game between Nazi Paikidze and Anna Sharovich.
Yep, I think things are happening there. I mean, it looks pretty interesting. We should probably take a look at it to see if someone's actually just winning the game.
Mm-hmm. Right on. When enough pieces are hanging, there's a lot of calculating to do. Yeah, there's a piece trade. And Black's gotten close to developing all their pieces, but the king is obviously still open, and White's got menacing bishops and rooks. After that trade.
So I was actually thinking if White had to take, or was it possible for me to move the knight somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
But I think the problem was this. So I was thinking if I simply play knight d3, I would be hitting both the knights on e4 and h5. But I'm actually not hitting the knight on e4 because rook e4 runs into f5.
So Black only needs to save this one.
That one. Yeah. Or actually, I can also save both with queen g6, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, nothing too dangerous. So, but after queen h5, okay, I guess we can go into the game now, yeah?
All right. So in the game, queen h5 was played, and pawn takes on e5, and now White's going to trade here, right, to stop knight f6.
But f2 is hanging. So
f2 is hanging.
A couple of ideas. Maybe I can go f3. If you go knight f6, I can try to go queen h3. Can I?
Mm-hmm.
And hit on e6.
Yeah.
So if g4, pawn takes g4, and I think White's completely fine, right? I mean, like, if you take on d4 or something, yeah, this should be clearly better for White, I think. Because I've regained my pawn, and it's a very open position.
Right. Take it, and take here, right?
Yeah.
And just a free bishop pair. I mean, you'll notice that, like, this stuff is barely holding together for Black.
h3 coming up, yeah.
Okay, so it could be f3 here.
Can I go knight c3? No, knight c3. Oh, actually, knight c3 is possible because if I go rook d3, then e takes d4. Maybe that's more.
Yeah.
Problem.
And then hold on to that.
But now take on e6.
We head this way. I try to defend it. I don't know.
But something feels fishy here too. Let's see. Can I somehow unleash my bishop? It's nothing concrete, yeah? I can play some queen h3 or queen g4.
I mean, which bishop do you want to unleash? Are you trying to play bishop d3, or do you want to open this?
No,
diagonal?
I want to get the c1 bishop in the diagonal somehow. Like,
right. Okay, so how about here?
That looks nice, yeah.
I don't like the rook on d3 at all. I mean, it feels like it's completely out of the game.
Agreed. But if I can open up on g5, then I probably don't care so much about it, right?
Yeah, I suppose once our bishop comes to g5, we can always just let the rook sit here.
And maybe play
f4. Maybe play f4.
Exactly.
Maybe play f4. That would be a surprise.
If g5 is opened up, if g5 is opened up, then yeah, f4 and the rook will become very, very useful. I was kind of worried that Black would play c5 and consolidate the structure.
Right.
But interestingly, the knight on c3 can be the piece that's out of play, right?
Actually, it doesn't have a way back. It's like on this great outpost, and it can't move.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it can go back and forth to a4. Take on a2.
Yeah, take on a2 if I want to go pawn grabbing more.
right here. Now, White wins a tempo by attacking the queen here and not spending a move on bishop d2. And
this looks
queen g7 or f7 or something, but it looks like the Black king is just completely open with the whole army headed its way.
Yeah, this should be easily winning. So h4 looks very strong, actually. Rook takes f6 and h4. Very nice, because now I think it's very nice to see the direct approach. We want to get the bishop active, and then we get h4, and it makes a lot of sense. And it's not easy.
Yeah. It's funny, when you played knight c3, I thought, like, oh shoot, that knight is so good there. And then we played one move for White, and it's like, oh, that knight's just out of the game there.
Yeah, it is an outpost technically. It's just not where the game is happening. So
Yeah. Okay, so currently, let me see if anything's happened. Queen h5, fe5, de5 has been played. Okay,
no f3.
So we were looking at f3. This is d5 immediately, leaving knight takes f2 available as a move, and then there's no rook d7, unfortunately. I mean, we would love to just come flying in, but it's not quite that open a black king. We can't just start throwing our pieces just yet. Maybe
but
if we had a bishop on f6.
Almost forced, yeah? What else can I do? I have to take on f2?
Yeah, knight f2.
And rook f2, rook e4. Well, actually, I can play rook f2. Because rook e4, there is rook f1. So I have both possibilities.
Oh, okay, let me just show people that went fast. So here, right, winning a piece, except black has rook f1, winning it back. And then, this is the position in which we don't know. I'm guessing the rook comes in again, but maybe it's h4. Trying to get myself checkmated. I don't know. Maybe not h4 this time around. But something like this is to be looked at and evaluated. Not easy to evaluate, actually. So with the e5 on the board, I imagine black could calculate either of these moves, like you're saying.
Yeah. Knight f2, the problem is the knight doesn't feel right on f2. I almost feel like it's getting trapped. So for example, knight f2, I think I can play rook d4.
c5?
And then rook d6. Unless there's any immediate checkmate that I'm missing, it might still be interesting.
Now I got out, but you're going to do this.
Yeah. Maybe you can simply defend by playing rook e8, and then next move you're coming knight e4, and I cannot stop it.
I've been wanting to do something with this rook the whole game.
Defense is the key.
Whole game. Yeah, when you were looking at taking on f2, honestly, I was looking at rook d8, giving up any plans of taking on f2.
And playing actively on the open file. The only thing I'm worried about that is that if I end up playing f3.
Yeah. It's not even like active. I'm just trying to get this piece out and not lose. I'm a little bit scared here when I play rook d8.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll play f3, which seems to be good for your bishop pair, right? I probably have to go somewhere not that good, like one of these two squares. That's what the nice thing is about the e5 pawn. I mean, knight f6 was the only other good square for this knight, other than maybe f2. Maybe we'll find in the game that f2 is a good square. But like, if I send the knight somewhere like this, you can probably get back to playing h4.
Your strong move will come into play, h4.
It's like, what am I doing for black? I've got two minor pieces on the queen side that are absolutely irrelevant.
And black's king side might be in a little bit of trouble, yeah.
Oh, I think she took on f2.
Rook f2 or knight f2, okay.
And rook d4 already played by Nazi.
Quickly, huh?
So we expected c5 rook d6 here. Or I mean, I don't know if expected. We noticed.
Yeah, actually, I think c5 rook d6 rook a8 looks good for black right now. I mean, because I'm coming back to e4, how are you really creating any problems for me?
If I'm not breaking through anywhere.
Yeah, there's no bishop d3. There's nothing. I mean, I'm still up a pawn, solid. The knight on e4 actually still doesn't have a place to get out. That is true. Can I? No, I was thinking some rook d2, rook e2, but the knight will eventually go to c3. Yeah.
Right. If we could somehow chase this piece out. Where's it going? Where's it going?
No, now I take on a2 and get out.
Now you take on a2? Okay.
And then I go to b4 and I'm out.
Yeah, but you're really far away too.
I mean, I don't see that much of a dangerous attack. Oh, you want to play rook h3.
Or maybe even here. Who cares about rook h3?
Well, I mean, I didn't have to play knight b4, obviously. Now I have to play knight b4 only when you attack me.
I'll leave you there. I'm never going to attack you. Some people really like to attack their opponent's pieces. I think if a piece is on a bad square, just
leave it.
Just let it rot.
What can I play? Can I trade queens by force with some queen f7?
You could go rook d8 to try and harass this piece, which was running out of squares, trying to avoid the knight, or you could do this. I can grab your pawn though, right? Oh no, you're checkmating me on the back rank. It's Puzzle Rush. No, I don't do a lot of Puzzle Rush, but at some point they added. Do you do Puzzle Rush?
I've done a few, and yeah, there's like a bunch of back rank checkmates, right?
Right. So like a year ago, all the back rank checkmates were like Queen F1, Rook takes, like Rook F1 with like a king on H1. And then at some point, they took like a million of those puzzles and put like the king on G1 and added like this move to the puzzle. Move. So now like this tactic of check and then going to the back rank, I feel like somehow 10,000 puzzles were added or modified to include this. It's like the most common pattern. It used to be back rank mate was the most common. Now it's like this, to me, like the stutter step back rank mate. I can't believe I took this pawn. Oh my goodness. That's the most unbelievable thing ever. Okay, so you're going here. You're trying to trade my queen. Shoot, I didn't want you to trade my queen.
You have to go back, I guess, if you don't want
like somewhere in here. I had dreams of hanging out with the king on G8. Okay, I promised not to attack your... I didn't exactly promise not to attack your knight. I led you to believe I wouldn't attack your knight. But I'm not like duty bound to not attack your knight. I'm going to take the A pawn because things are going badly.
You're one pawn back. only one pawn down now. So
yeah, I can hold, but I can't bother you at all.
Yeah, it seems like it should be okay for black.
So Rook D4. This is live. This is Rook D4 from Nazi, and notice she's got half an hour less than Anna Sharovich.
Oh, that's big. So she's 25 minutes to 53. That's sometimes I think in complicated positions, it's like almost like a pawn. if you're down 25, 30 minutes in a complicated position, I think that's sometimes equivalent to a pawn down.
Yeah, it can be quite a bit. And it won't like come up every single game, but it's like 1 out of 2 games or 1 out of 3 games in this time situation, I'm going to blunder something.
So it's not easy to calculate all the variations. I feel like I'm okay with black. I think adding all the things together with the time, with the fact that I can play C5, Rook E8, I'm still holding. White can create some problems, but doesn't seem... I feel like this bishop F1, bishop C1 might have cost this a little bit. It was a little too slow, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
definitely. White played it slowly, even though she did eventually get the queen to H5. You know, when she did, we see all the black pieces being pretty well organized, except I would like this rook to be on E8 or D8. So,
yeah, I guess she's still thinking, so we probably can check something else out, maybe.
Yeah, and you wanted to see and show us this endgame.
Danya's endgame is very interesting.
Dariush and Danya. And so here's the situation. Perceptive counters will notice that Danya now has an extra pawn. And people often ask, did he blunder a pawn? Did he blunder a pawn? Dariush sacrificed it. And I'm just going to show you guys this technique, but because it's pretty cool. This is the last position we'd seen. Danya recognized that this B pawn was trying to eventually become a passed pawn, so he went after it right away with Rook B7 and then A5. And Dariush, he didn't play C3. He didn't play Rook C6. He just ignored it.
C3 looks very normal, actually, right? He just ignored it.
Very normal. You just try to hang on to some dark squares for dear life when you're in these opposite colored bishop endings. And, you know, you have to calculate bishop D2, king C2, and then pretty much you play it. I think
that's it. That's all you have to do. Make sure the pawn is not hanging, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
King B2 was very interesting.
But yeah, he just played king B2. Danya took his pawn, and he slipped past. That was it.
Pass pawns, strong pass pawns.
Yeah. And, you know, to some extent, this pawn here, this pawn here, this pawn here, they can just get in the way of the black bishop, you know, controlling the A pawn. You can sometimes get blockaded by your own pawns in opposite colored bishop positions. So Danya played Rook a7 to stop rook takes, to stop a5. Dariush defended his new passed pawn, and Danya saved the c6 pawn. And yeah, so now white's down a pawn on purpose, but you see with this pawn and then this pawn defending it, this bishop can't get to a5 or a7 or anything. I mean, the rook's kind of on its own.
Yeah, the rooks get traded, it's game over, yeah?
What's that?
If the rooks get traded, you're right. In a lot of cases, it's just game over because the a-pawn runs.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say, I mean, maybe it's not a plausible move, but in some cases, a move like rook a6 can actually like win a game, like by surprise, like a rook trade from the person who's down a pawn. You don't expect it because you think like pure opposite colored bishops are drawish, but you really have to be careful when this bishop is so far from stopping that pawn.
The funny thing here is that if white seems to stop every black counterplay as it is, but white needs to play a5 because king f7 is not possible, e4 is not possible, and the rook on a7 is tied up, and the bishop on f4 is tied up. So it seems to me that black really cannot do anything right now if white waits. But the problem is I need to play a5.
Yeah, black's almost in Zugzwang, but we kind of need to play a5. If I were to say black's in Zugzwang and just play bishop d5 or something, perhaps you can play rook a5, rook a7.
Yeah, I still have enough moves. It's just that I cannot make anything useful. I can play bishop g3, king at 6. I have a bishop f4. Yeah. I just cannot make any progress.
Yeah. So let's see what Danya did. He played bishop b5, maybe king c4, c5, b6.
And I'm wondering if king f7 and e4 is what I was worried about when I saw this early on, though.
Oh, he just repeated. King f7, good move. Like, please, let's get our king back in the game. Bishop d3, bishop g3, rook c6.
Wait, so is Danya not repeating after bishop d3? If he goes king f7, now there is no e4, of course, yeah. So I can play rook c6.
7 now because this. So that's why this bishop's here, I guess.
Fair enough. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm surprised if black is not repeating.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a big deal to get your king out of this spot on g7 it's been stuck on. So king f7 is a natural move to consider. Why wouldn't he do this? Rook c6. Is his king not any better?
But you don't really do anything from f7 though, right? I mean, as long as there's no e4, I think white's fine. So.
Right. Well, bishop g3 didn't do anything either. Dariush plays rook c6. Yeah, patient with it. This is live. The U.S. championships are being contested live right now in St. Louis, Missouri, and this pawn sacrifice is justified. Black is the one in danger here. White's pawn sacrifice is very dangerous. This pass pawn is quite strong here. And
I'm guessing, what if I simply defend it? Yeah, bishop f2.
Yeah, good question. First question is always like, what if we just stop what you're doing?
And never pawns.
I was thinking of playing g4 since he put the bishop on d3.
G4 will run into e4, yeah?
Yeah.
Have to be careful, but it's actually playable because g6 will hang at some point.
Allow it and then push. And then rook g6. I mean, I guess this is a counterplay. You probably push the g pawn here, here.
I can actually even play kings. Yes. Let you take my rook and queen my pawn.
I blundered the rook, everybody. What am I doing?
Oh, wait. Now you actually blundered it, right? Oh, it's still a draw. I was thinking king d6, but would king d6 be better? Can I actually... No, I think that it's always e7 or rook a6 check. I was thinking if I go king d6 and you take and g... Wait, what am I playing king d6? My bad. Scratch it. I never said it.
All right. I was just trying to get rid of this pawn.
I was so obsessed with stopping the checks, I forgot that the rook is actually trying to go back to g7.
Yeah. Oh, you wanted to play like c4 check and take this rook. So you didn't like me putting the king where there'd be counter check, right?
Yeah.
So like this would be like the funny variation. Check, winning the rook. But check, you don't get the rook. And now the rook has time to maybe get back here and actually prevent g2.
Yep. Anyway, that was g4 is interesting, yeah? So, but it seems to me that it'll kind of force the issue into a draw here, right? I mean, does white have anything other than rook g7 check?
This looks like a pretty good counterplay, this g3 pawn. A lot of times in opposite colored bishop endings, like counterplay doesn't help. You just have to blockade. But this one looks pretty good. It seems to tie white down a little bit. You could play bishop f1, and then I might play rook a6. No, not rook a6. Rook c7. Wait,
we got the idea, right? That's sort of more important.
f1.
So maybe the white bishop needs to get to what, d5 or something, so where I stop g2 and also protect my pawn. That's where I want to be.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe, yeah, that's
right. So we can play bishop. So we can play bishop e4.
Yeah,
maybe prefer that.
Bishop e4 or bishop c4 to get to d5. But then what am I doing after that? How I can definitely play king c4.
Well, you're looking at this at some point.
Well, for starters, yeah, winning the winning the rook now works. Yeah, it's still a little tricky, but let's see if there is a very direct draw. Can I play c4 and take on if c4 king takes b4 is a problem? Nope.
Yeah.
So rook c7, you're going to play if I'm guessing.
That's the whole idea for white.
It's not easy, actually. What am I doing as black? How am I defending this?
I don't know. Actually, bringing the bishop to this long diagonal was a big improvement for white because it keeps its eye on this counterplay without any trouble, and also is still helping to queen this pawn.
Maybe I had bishop d4. So let's go bishop d4 because I want to actually be on time to play king d6 and rook g7.
So you're going to stop rook g7. You're going to keep this pawn defended. We maybe give up this in some lines, but of course, if black gets to play king e6, that'll simplify things down.
And if you play bishop d5, I want to play king d6.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
g7.
Look, he played a different move already. He played rook a5, Danya did.
So he didn't play bishop f2. He didn't want to allow g4, I guess.
Maybe so, yeah. Because that was not totally comfortable for black.
I know, yeah.
And actually the rook a5 move. So normally I'm scared of moving my king near the opponent, my rook near the opponent's king. But here this is pretty well blockaded, so it might be okay just here.
Yeah, because bishop b5 runs into e4. I keep getting e4.
Oops, sorry, folks. Bishop b5 would allow this pawn to start moving, yeah. All right, I'm getting a warning to look at Burke's game for a moment.
Oh, okay.
So we're popping back over there. This is the live position, knight and bishop against knight and bishop. Burke is now down a pawn by my preliminary count.
Yep.
But I'm just
still the weak king.
just gonna play over the 4 moves that we've missed here. So castles, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He just took the pawn on b4, like you mentioned he could in some cases.
Free pawn.
d5 takes queen d6. So yeah, he couldn't take back on d5, folks, because of knight c6. That's a pretty simple way to lose.
Free piece.
So he just played queen d6, knight b5 takes, and probably just b3 defending everything. And that's pretty much where we're at. Queen c5, queen f3. King's the only guy to defend himself. Comes up to g7. It's Fabi's move. He's got an ample 54 minutes here. Burke at 18.
You keep getting these opposite color bishop positions. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Can I play rook a6 here? It looks pretty nice. What's
rook a6?
There's no rook, queen takes f2 or bishop takes f2 yet. So
right. So all that Magesh wants to do is bring the rook all the way over to the king side with the queen and destroy black over there in a moment. And if you try and cut the rook off on this file, then presumably
take on d6, yeah?
He'll do this. Spiffy double attack. That'll be enough to say goodnight.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's live. Here's live, rook a6. That looks like a pretty good move. So if you play rook a6, what could we play as black?
Play something like F6 or that looks
F6, right?
It's like terrible.
Giving up the last light square.
F6 is just rook e6 or something, and it just should be completely lost in the next 2 or 3 moves. If somehow white just shifts the bishop to the long diagonal and get the queen in, and if the rook gets to the 6th rank, it's all over.
Right. I've got another thought. Does this also win to just?
Yeah. Much simpler.
F2 is covered for the moment. I mean, black's just going to sack a piece at this point, probably, or I mean, resign since they're GMs. But
yeah, this looks absolutely lost. I mean, I don't see what we can play after rook a6. It should be pretty strong.
Yeah, rook a6. It's like it looks like a positional improving move, but it's actually pretty much where GMs resign. It's like a rook a6.
It's a nice thing. I'm attacking the 6th rank, and I'm also attacking the a file. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the time situation is still pretty bad. Yeah, still about 40 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wait, he's moved something. It shows that Burke's time is running. He must have just moved.
Oh, what did he play?
Rook a6. Hey.
Okay, good.
You got the same move as Fabi here.
I know.
And all right. I'd say 50-50 that Burke resigns on this move.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I would say that anything here just doesn't seem like a playable continuation. So yeah, very high chances.
Because queen f6 would win the game and rook a1 would win the game. So black needs some kind of weird move that defends f6 and a7 and or a8 to break the pin.
I don't see one. Yeah. Resignation incoming
probably here. Is anybody else on the ropes today? We've got another.
By the way, we haven't updated the draw result, I guess, to the viewers. Yeah, there's a draw that already ended with the perpetual check, which we were talking about.
Yeah, actually, we never saw how it ended, but I think we've missed almost nothing. Like rook e1 was played to play rook e3, and then these checks were given, and he just chose not to try that king f1, king e2.
Yep, stayed right there, and then that's it.
Yeah, so that was repeated a bunch of times. I just clicked to So and Lenderman. It looks
dead drawn,
super dead drawn.
So we did guess that endgame, though. I think the last time we saw, we were looking at this. I think knight g3. Yeah, this did happen. So I think it makes sense because knight c5 means he had to take the pawn on b7, and he decided not to go for that. Black had enough compensation. So, and this is exactly what we were talking about.
And here he didn't play the rook e1 move that we looked at for a moment, trying to keep more pieces on the board. Instead, he said, yeah, I'm not killing. I'll just develop my rook, allow some rook trades, which means black brings out the second rook. And I mean, yeah, nobody was probably ever going to win this game at that point.
Yeah.
So some moves got played. They haven't repeated 3 times yet, but yeah, that's where they're at. Sevian and Xiong.
Oh, so queen e3 was played, is it? Or b3? What did they play?
It was the move. Yeah.
So queen e3, but it's still awkward.
Yeah, it's not bishop e3, but it's still awkward. Absolutely. There's knight g4. I guess we're stopping e5. Let's see. Sevian developed the rook before playing bishop d7. Then he did play bishop d7. And tucked the bishops out of the way of his rooks. And well, I guess I would favor white's bishops on the long diagonals a little bit.
And there is no e5 because knight f5 is still a little annoying. So what the thing is this, I need b4. Without b4, I really don't know how I can make any progress.
Mm-hmm. How about g4, g5?
Yes, interesting. Open up something on that side.
Try and do a little something. I mean, the black bishops are reasonably placed to defend the king side.
Yeah, might turn out to be a little bit of a weakness in the future if I don't get a huge attack. Because with the white bishop on g2, it seems to me that queen side is the way to go, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just thinking like we could go either way.
I know, why not checkmate?
Oh, Wesley has just drawn. Let's Let's add the result to our standings here. Okay. So that's 2 draws in the books on the championship side here. Rook A6. I was wrong. He didn't resign. He played F6.
Still playing. And then knight C8. Yeah.
I was right. Fabi did double rooks. Knight C8. Oh my goodness.
I mean, do I have D6?
Yeah, you have D6.
I probably can play too many moves.
Too many moves.
Too many possible, like too many winning moves. It's usually a problem for me. I'm sure it's not a problem for
Another super complicated game we haven't seen in a long time. Robson versus Shankland. We see that remaining isolated pawn still haunting Sam with the rook on A1 from that A4, A5 opening idea.
I know you caught that very, very early, right? You were talking about this. We didn't even see B5 played at the time.
He hadn't yet played B5, but it's like you've got C5, so you're playing on the queen side. At some point, you're going to have that A pawn. And well, it's monstrously complicated, but I would mildly prefer white based on structure, pawn structure.
Yeah, pawn structure definitely, but of course I'm still interested in the center. Black does have this very strong center.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you're right. It doesn't seem like that's more of a problem. It seems to me more like those pawns could be hanging and could be more weakness. Mm-hmm. So I agree. I would also probably take white.
Yeah. All right. And we'll have to see more of that after a short break. So stay tuned, everybody. The third round will continue. We will stay with these games if you stay with us. Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 U.S. Chess Championships, 2021 U.S. Women's Championships. Magesh, we were watching Fabiano Caruana giving a lesson to John Burke, and we mispredicted what would be the move to force resignation. Look at this one. This is the move. King H2.
It's, I think, really intimidating to say that, you have nothing to do, so resign.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not even going to create a threat.
The only thing that Black was attacking the entire position was the pawn on F2. White steps away from it, like quote unquote hanging it, and says, what are you ever going to do? Because of course, Queen F2 loses a rook on A8. And Fabi made his point. Burke resigned.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice game. I think somehow Black misplayed the opening, and after that, there was really no chance. I think we looked at some possibilities. Everything looked pretty bad, yeah?
Yeah, I don't remember looking at a single variation today in this game that I would have wanted to play with the Black pieces.
That's true.
Yeah. So heading over to the women's side. The
leaders have an interesting game. Oh, you picked up this one, which is nice, yeah?
Yeah, when I first clicked over, this is where I was. So I'll just see the update on it, and then we'll go check out a different game. So we saw rook d4. Rook f5 was played rather than the c5, which we'd analyzed a bit. This looking to bring the other rook into the game. c5 as a pawn sack. Pawn takes c5. Bishop c4 as a rook sack. Okay, Paikidze was really, really awake for this one.
She basically wants to activate the bishop, yeah?
Took it. Check. Here. And here Paikidze is thinking she could trade everything on f7 and take f2 with a one pawn down endgame.
But connected pass pawn, so it's a little...
But definitely scary. Or there could be some move like rook f1 in there.
Yeah, let's see. Rook f1 looks reasonable. I mean, because taking everything, I think, is just not a good option for white. I mean, you're suffering here. So let's look at rook f1. It's definitely a very reasonable idea. So could I...
King
What
f8.
do I do? King f8, you're going to take on f7.
Right.
Or king h8, you're going to take
so
on
this basically loses.
Yeah. You can go king h8 and still let me take on f7, but then now I can at least move the knight out.
King h8 and then save the knight.
But doesn't seem like e6, and I think white, with the queens on the board now, I feel like black should have more problems to deal with, right?
Yeah, or good old h4 might win as well. Who knows? It looks scary. It just looks downright scary for black. The bishop could retreat for rook f7, or the e pawn could come, or the h pawn could come. I don't like anything about this.
Knight e4, probably, maybe knight d3 is what I need to do to make sure at least I get rid of that bishop. So you don't have
to trade a piece off.
Yeah, but it shouldn't make a difference because you play e6 and you're really threatening e7, right? Or rook f6.
Yeah, except I played knight e4
to stop rook f6 makes sense.
Out of fear of the 6th rank again.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of rook lift to the 6th rank.
Yeah.
So what? Okay, rook f1. What is it that black can do? Let's think. Is there anything else that we are missing? If I simply double...
Actually, I just don't see it. I don't know what black's supposed to do about this.
Can I play rook e8?
E8, yeah.
I need to force the issue here, right?
Right. Okay, so you're trying to get me to just trade everything off, and then, yeah.
I'm guessing you can't take and you have to come back to c4 or something. What if you come back to c4?
Right.
Oh, but now you simply play rook takes e5 because if I take on f2, you have rook e1 check.
And the bishop just can't keep the pin.
Yeah. So it looks like that endgame is almost inevitable then.
Well, that's an unappetizing thing for White to resign herself to. So, I mean, she played this very bold c5, bishop c4, and now she's sitting here. I would assume she'd planned rook f1, and now she's seen rook e8, and she's hesitating.
Yeah, possibly, because otherwise rook f1 looks very strong and almost like winning, right? Maybe rook e8 is a key move. It's very much possible she missed that. But I guess I think White didn't have too many options. She had to play some active moves. So I think playing c5, bishop c4 looked very nice in that sense. Because otherwise, what is she doing, right? I mean, black is simply doubling up rooks.
Right. But she could also play, I don't know, rook c4. There must be some way to just play the game, no? Without the rook sack?
I don't know. Looks a little scary. I'm also thinking at some point if I can take on e5. Of course, there's queen g6 check, which is a problem. So
Right.
yeah, probably cannot take on e5 yet. So
And the knight.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking I'll give the knight and play some rook f8 check, some ideas, but probably not worth it.
Yeah.
But so if I double up, you're taking on c5.
Now that you say it, I'm pretty scared to do that. I'm afraid that something's going to happen like knight h3, rook f1. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I'm doing. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so obvious. What am I doing? I don't have anything very concrete here. I can go knight e4.
I'm going to be happy to play bishop c4 in a moment. I waited 2 moves in order not to sack my rook. Knight e4. You can play. Yeah, that's good. That's scary. Am I getting back rank mated? Not yet.
I was thinking of taking on e5 if it's possible. But you will always play queen g6 check first, right?
First this, yeah, and then this. And
no, I was thinking of going back queen g7 with queen e6 check, and then you still have bishop b2. Rook c2 is handy.
Yeah.
So this is okay. You want to basically just play rook c4 after pawn takes c5. So
yeah. I don't know. It was I mean, there's no direct complete refutation to it. It just keeps the game going a little bit longer than this, right? I mean, I bet she thought that rook f1 was winning here.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the rook e8 is probably, because that's what we thought too, right? We had to figure out some time to say, okay, what is it that's tilting the balance? But yeah, probably rook e8 is the move that she missed.
Yeah. It's like nearly decisive, but not quite.
Well, rook e8, that endgame is kind of hopeless, right? Because even if I take on h6, the d4 pawn and c5 pawn will be too strong. Yeah, I would assume. I mean, some chances to fight, but probably.
Yeah. But she's in trouble. Okay. But we also wanted to see some other games. So you said the leaders had some action.
Yeah, I think it started to look like some action, but she's, I think, sacrificed a pawn. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was thinking. Oh yeah. Go on.
She waited 20 moves. Incredible patience for this e4 pawn push.
I know.
So she gets.
And the funny thing is, the knight on a6 still didn't move. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it hasn't.
It stayed there for this long. Really, I would never have guessed that.
Yeah. Now it looks like the h pawn has just been encircled as well, but Ashrita, takes it when she wants it, and she's up a pawn. Well, I won't say for nothing. I was going to say for nothing.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Of course, you definitely have some compensation.
Yeah, I won't say for nothing. There's queen g4, bishop h4, very weak dark squares, and ideally for white, g3, king g2, and a rook coming to the h file. I know that's like a 500-step wish list, but
yeah, no. But the thing is, the queen and the knight are awkward, so you definitely can do that. I mean, it's a slow plan, but I think it still is possible. I mean, the first move looks like queen g4, right? Queen g4 looks logical.
Mm-hmm.
So is this a live position?
This is the live position. Yeah, exactly. Ashritha just took that pawn.
How would she play on if I play queen g4 and bishop f4? Would she try to play queen h5 for that endgame and give back the pawn? Or... Because if you go back queen g7, then your plan is going to happen, right?
And we might be able to do the whole plan for white, huh?
It's a little slow, but I think it's solid because I don't see what black is doing really.
Right.
98, I'll sit on 98. I'm just waiting, nothing else. I mean, the knight can potentially come to f5 if the g pawn gets traded. But yeah, it doesn't seem... Actually thinking about it, should I put my queen on f3 to start with? Because I want to play g4, yeah? Because h5 is your move, right? At some point, you have to defend on the h5, then you have to play h5. If, for example, right now, let's say we play g3.
Yeah.
And rook king g2 and rook h1, at some point, black is going to go h5. So I'm thinking, if I didn't have to put my queen on g4, I shouldn't. Queen f3 might have also worked.
Right. Okay, let's try it with the queen on f3. I mean, that totally makes sense. So queen f3 will move the knight, right?
Oh, but now after bishop f4, there is queen h4. How do you kick the queen out?
Well, this was part of the plan too. You're going to go to h3.
Yeah, I'm going to just hang around on h3 and annoy you.
Just don't give white room to do this reorganization. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe I have to spend that extra time playing queen g4, guarding the key squares, and then come back to f3 and g4.
And then come back to f3 at some point, yeah. Wow, actually, I mean, this position's looking a little bit scary for Ashritha. I almost said there was a pawn for nothing, but my brain kicked in before I finished the sentence. Nemtsova just played f3.
Okay, so I guess this also makes sense, right? Because king f2 and rook h1, followed by bishop f4 and g4. The only thing is the queen is a little off. I would have liked my queen in a better place, but I think taking the h file is probably a bigger priority. So I actually like this.
Yeah. And this game also, by the way, this, folks, is a really good example of why you can't think too long in the opening if your opponent's playing like some non-critical moves like e3, c3, queen e2, h3, and stuff like that. Because you're going to need your time here. Like eventually the game goes into something complicated like this, and black and white would both love to have a lot of time right now because this is going to get so complicated.
Yeah, you always need to save up some time for critical points, right? That's the best thing about top players, when they know exactly when to play fast and they know when to actually slow down and take their time. We have to be careful about it. Actually, can you go back a little bit? I want to see how the pawns got fixed in the center, like c4 and d5. How did that happen?
Yeah,
I mean,
so let's go to here. So black goes for the pawn storm. That makes sense. I would play b5, b4 here probably.
But maybe that's what is unnecessary, yeah? I mean, what is really happening here? Do I need to... I mean, c4 is what allows the c4 and e5.
Right.
As long as you don't play c4, there's no e4.
Yeah. I like setting up multiple degrees of tension if possible.
Yeah, I like b4. This. Yeah, definitely not c4. b4 makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, after c4, white could have simply played f3 and e4 directly, right? Or she played rook e1 and e4, is it? Yeah, I think this is where black could have simply equalized with b4. I don't see what the problem is. Everything's going to open up on the queen side. Don't forget about pawn storm.
Right. I mean, white was probably going to just keep playing h5. I don't know.
Actually, it's more of a single pawn attack.
Yeah. The single pawn attack. Yeah, there's no opening that's called the single pawn attack, is there?
No, we should make one.
that name is still waiting to be used. In the Alyekin's defense, there's the two pawn attack, which is you chase the knight first with your e pawn and then with your c pawn.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar. I know the four pawn attack.
And then there's the four pawn attack, which is the most famous.
Yeah.
But I don't know of anything called the single pawn attack. That's a good name that hasn't been claimed yet. Yeah. So in the game, Ashritha played c4, which, yeah, I mean, it only locks in her own rook and reduces how much space she has to open the queen side up. And
also the knight doesn't fit very well with this pawn structure, yeah?
Nemtova threw this pawn all the way forward and then just left it there. Just left
That's
it there.
interesting. Could she not have played something like bishop f4 before playing e4?
Yeah, probably. Or
She
maybe
could
like
say-
queen g4 to take away space from the black queen to get to that area.
Actually, yeah, queen g4. What's wrong with queen g4? Was she worried about f5? I wouldn't be worried about f5. It's maybe f5 and g5.
F5 and then somewhere and then g5 somewhere.
Yeah, still looks good because the knight is nowhere close to attacking. Just I finished saying that I see knight b8. So
She finally comes back. The knight.
and trapping the queen almost.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we could go another direction with the queen here. We could go to h3. And now my idea is that if you play g5 as well, which I think you probably will, but I'm trying to slip in here. And my plan is to then play f4. I know, ugly, ugly, ugly. G4, bishop h4.
You could also go bishop b5 and then try the same, yeah?
Okay, that's better. Forget my other plan.
Yeah, I mean, like, black can do this f5, g5 if I have enough time to somehow trade queens and get... I mean, my idea was to try to get my king to g6.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the queens get traded, I go king f7, king g6, and I try to gobble up that pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that only works if the queen... But the thing is, I'm trying to see why she didn't want to keep the pawn. What scared her off? Because she could have done the same attack with the pawn in h6, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like...
It must have been something with f5 she didn't like because the e4 move is, played kind of against that.
Yeah. Interesting pawn sacrifice choice here, actually.
Yeah. Bishop f4 was playable as well here, probably with the idea of g5, queen g4. But yeah, e4 is played. And yes, this whole tournament is being played over the board in the St. Louis Chess Club or Chess Club and Scholastic Center. I just think of it as like the chess club in the US now. So yeah, so e4 was played. She advanced all the way. She just paid no heed to that pawn on h6. And now she's bringing rooks to the h file. A couple more moves were just played. King f8 and king f2. So
king is trying to run, yeah.
Everybody's getting out. Black's resource is going to be h5, just like you were predicting.
But now I have bishop h4 and g4.
Bishop h4 right now looks very strong. You can't let it go to f6, and if you play g5, then h5 is no good anymore.
If I make you play g5, it's nice. I don't know if I should start with queen e3, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, as soon as I said that, I thought, well, actually, g5 here, h5, right? And h4 too. Oops.
Yeah. Maybe start with queen e3 or rook h1. But I was wondering if I can somehow get g4 before, then it'll be nice. But I can also play g4 after you play h5. So,
right.
I think what black wants to do is to play king e8, king d7, and then play knight e8.
And then cover dark squares with the knight.
But then even that doesn't solve the problems because the queen is permanently stuck on the king side. Now, if I open the queen side,
right, it's like b3 and a4. White can attack there too. It's the cramp of this e6 pawn and f7 pawn is like keeping black from having the avenues of communication that they really need.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little challenging for black now to defend this.
Yeah.
The queen is particularly a problem. The queen straight off, of course, much better, but queens are going to be a problem. Yeah, I'm guessing. So either queen e3 or rook h1 is better than, yeah? Rook, I don't know if I want to put the queen in the diagonal, maybe queen d2 or e3.
Yeah, queen d2, queen e3.
Queen d2 might be better.
Yeah, so that you can still attack on the queen side if the king runs all the way there.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that too.
Yeah.
And also,
wait, she just played queen e3, one of your moves.
Oh, okay. Queen e3. I was thinking queen d2 almost for another reason. At some point, if black either plays b4 rook b8, then I'm keeping an eye on the 7th rank, but probably not required. But okay, so next is rook h1, then bishop gets out. Actually, white has a really sneaky threat here. I'm threatening bishop f4. and I will lock your pawn on h7.
Right. There'll be no time to play h5.
Exactly. So I play bishop h6, then I double up, and then I play g4, and then it's much worse for black.
Right. I mean, bishop h4 is also a pretty simple threat you have, because the rook will be forced to either d7 or e8, and then the king actually has no route to run away.
And then you go bishop f6 and queen h6, locking.
Then you go bishop f6, and I don't know, more or less it's checkmate.
So it looks like h5 is the only move then, right? What else am I going to do? I have to play h5.
Can you play g5, fighting for dark squares, even though it weakens the h file terminally?
Looks very suspicious. Yeah, g5, rook h1, queen g6 is like the only move. So I'm thinking, what do I want to do here? The thing is, you have enough time to really play h5 and h4. That's a bit of a problem for me.
You want to start doubling, but h5, h4 is troubling.
And f4 is possible, but it doesn't seem right. Yeah.
Yeah, f4 is possible, to try and get this diagonal for the bishop, as well as maybe use the f file. Honestly, all these positions are looking terrifying for black to me. Initially, I thought white's just down a pawn, and now I'm thinking, like, literally, we haven't moved any black piece other than the queen. 2 rooks and a knight. We haven't moved them. We haven't done a single thing with them.
Yeah, I think it's difficult. I mean, the only way I see anything good happening is the knight going to e8, g7, and f5, and making some good order. But the problem is g4 is always going to take care of that. Right.
So that we don't even have that. I mean, every variation we've done is like a queen using 1 extra pawn to try and contest files and diagonals from a bishop and rooks. How good do you think this extra pawn is, queen? It's looking really rough.
Now thinking about it, when you play g5, maybe I should leave my rook on f1 and play f4, right? Maybe that. So when you play g5 instead of rook h1, maybe try f4.
Just immediately.
Because my rook is well placed on f1 right now. So if you play g4, I can send my bishop in. I don't know how. This should be good, right? Or no, actually, this is not so clear, because when I go bishop f6, you go queen g6, and then you will threaten knight e8 immediately. So maybe this is still not so clear.
Something like this.
Because knight e8 is still annoying. I need like 2 or 3. If I have 2 moves, then I'm completely crushing. I just need rook doubled up.
Right. Here's what I was thinking, was to play f5 in this position.
But that lets a knight in. I also looked at f5.
I know. Yeah, you had the same thought as me, right? Like, yeah. We get control of this stuff, but we do let one of the black pieces play in the game.
Yeah, because now you can't even play rook h6 because I have 4.
Uh-oh, that's what happens when the opponent's pieces play.
Yeah, I mean, it's still interesting, but maybe you can play queen h6. But you're down 2 pawns at this point.
Yeah, I sacked a lot. We could still maybe slow motion checkmate just with the rooks and the bishop.
Yeah, so I said this is still interesting. But okay, now I have to run. I'll give up the h7 pawn and just run, basically.
Like so.
Something like that. Takes and then king e8.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, knight coming to e6, I think made it life a little bit easier, yeah?
Yeah. But the queen trade is also an interesting theme to pursue. If you think about it, this is the only piece playing for black. If we took queens off the board, it might be very easy to just play rook h1, rook h5, and start taking things apart if a queen trade comes up.
That's a good point, because initially I was thinking black wants to trade queens, but the queen is so bad, but it's actually the good defending piece, yeah?
Yeah, the only one they've got, so. Okay, let me just check what's the live position. It's still queen e3 right here. Ashrit this time ticking down a little bit. Of course, Nemtsova in real-time pressure. 13 moves to play till they get an extra 30 minutes. And let's check on Carissa Yip as well.
Okay, Carissa. Okay, so this is still the slow, long game where white is creating that painful advancing on the king side and the queen side. Actually, didn't advance much on the queen side, but g4 did happen.
Yeah.
It did bluff you.
Yeah, this was the game where I told everybody if rook fc1 is played, they're just looking at something on the queen side. They're not going to play g4 this game. And then a3, a5, rook c3, rook c1, doubled rooks. And as soon as the rooks were doubled on the open file, g4. Yeah. I mean, you can't get it right every time.
I know.
When you read people's minds, but it's still a fun thing to do.
So looks like, yeah, a very slow game. White kept improving it. I like this h4 king all the way on h3.
Oh, they were close to a repetition there for a second, but
it looks like white's repeating every 2 moves and then improving once. Like
yeah,
93. She's stealing just basically a few moves, a few seconds.
She's just trying to log the maximum number of moves on this game.
But what is it that white can actually do? Let's think about it, right? Is that an actual breakthrough? I don't want to touch the g4 pawn because that allows knight f5, and I don't think that can be any good. So it has to be something like h4 and h6 at some point. I'm sorry, h5 and h6.
Yeah.
Or I could go h5, knight h4, and at some point try to play g5.
So the knight controls f5, and then maybe you could consider g5, g6 as well.
So black can, can black play rook c8? Why is black not trying to trade off the rooks?
Yeah, it's interesting. They haven't tried at any point. If white traded, they might have to take with the knight because the queen's defending this pawn, but it's unclear why black wouldn't be playing rook c8 here. Is there anything like truly...
Yeah, I don't see
bad about rook takes, knight takes.
So rook takes, knight takes. There could be knight b4. No, and also I'm kind of surprised that white is not trying to reroute the bishop to b4 or something, right?
This piece could be improved. I was thinking bishop g5
for a trade right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if I keep my file, so what if I go queen c1, rook c2? Now I want to go. Oh, but black is going to play queen b5. And attack me, right? Actually, I feel like the better thing to do is to bring my king to e2 and then try to put my bishop on b4. Of course, all of this is good if black cannot play rook c8.
Right. We've got infinite time. If rook c8 is bad, we're not sure why it is, but Carissa has been not playing it. So maybe we should just play a move or two and see if anything pops into our heads about what's wrong with this position. From black's perspective, can white attack the a pawn with a knight?
No, I see that there is possibly knight b4, queen c6 ideas, but knight b4, you can always go back knight e7.
I would almost certainly play rook c8 for black.
Yeah, well, I only think, again, bishop d2, bishop b4 seems a little bit easier now.
Right. Yeah, white can do the same.
But I agree. I mean, like white rook was dominating, right? I mean, black rook was kind of waiting. So this trade seems like it's one step closer to a draw. So I'm not so sure why rook c8 cannot be played.
All right, so she stuck it out with the rook on a8. And let's just like click through all these positions for a moment because there's so many games and we've been a little more focused today.
And they're also probably getting closer to the end, yeah?
Yeah, everybody's got like 10 or 15 minutes to make time control. And I mean, here's a game where they're only at move 20. Some of the other games, they're at move 27, 28.
We never saw this game, did we? Tataev's game?
No, we didn't.
So 3 games only going on in the men's championship.
Yeah. Well, what is there to say about this? White has the bishop pair, but the b2 bishop is firmly under control at the moment.
Yeah, I don't like white's position as much, because black has more space on the queen side. And Unless something, yeah, there is no f4 or anything. Yeah, it just seems to me like black is comfortable.
Yeah.
Even if I manage to trade the g2 bishop out of the board, which is technically considered my bad bishop, the other bishop on b2, like you said, is still bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and black's got ample room to maneuver. Possible squares for the knights on c5, d4, and even d3 maybe.
Yep.
If knight takes g3, white has rook takes g3.
Do that yet. Maybe knight simply, I mean, if I was playing black, I just want to target d4. I want to go knight g7, knight e6. White's only hope is if I somehow manage to get my knight to d5, but I think with this current position is a little difficult.
So we would start with trying to trade light squared bishop, then maneuver this knight through c4 or f1.
Yeah, that's probably what white wants to try and do. But black doesn't have any real problems because the bishop that he's left with is a light squared bishop which controls d5. And if he trades it, the two knights can still control d5. So even if you get to d5, I don't...
Right.
Yeah, it's not like a...
It's never going to be a big problem for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paikidze, this endgame here. She's traded a pawn. That's really good for her, actually.
Oh, yeah. How did that happen? Because I think
she went into defensive mode when she had to, and she had to use like all her time, realized we think that rook f1 wasn't going to work, and just traded.
Immediate move.
Good move e6, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Because if king f2, king e6, black, I think, was completely winning.
Right. It's a big deal what color square you get your pawn blockaded on and how far along. So she gets through one more light square, keeps the black king from being nice and active on e6. Now black wants to try like c5 to get control of the dark squares, but didn't play it.
So. Well, c5 runs into, I think, can I at some point play bishop a3 and then e7 and you go to key 8? Maybe it's still possible, yeah? I could still play it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe bishop a3 right away, hit the pawn, maybe even bishop c5 with the idea of giving checks on d4 and c5 and try and send the king really far away by not playing e7 too soon, right? I'm not giving the king any squares nearby.
Yeah, but it's still good to keep the 2 pawns, right? I would still think black should do this. I mean, if I play something like bishop d5 now, you have to push the pawn. Or actually, probably rook e8 is better. I should start with rook e8.
Okay, but it's my move. I'm going to check you a bunch of times. Where are you going to send this?
No, I want to start with rook e8 now.
But it's white's move in this order.
Oh, after d3 white move. Okay, sorry, yeah. So bishop d4 check. I have to go king g6 then, yeah, because otherwise you keep checking. Yeah. Actually, also a7 is hanging. That's a problem. Actually, can you just play e7 and take the pawn on a7? Can you be greedy?
Oh my goodness, like here?
One move before, maybe just go e7 and then, or even here, yeah? So here the problem is if I play c3, right? There's no bishop d4 check. So I feel like we wasted the bishop d4 check without... If you're going to go pawn grabbing, we need to save the check.
Yeah. I don't want the... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. You're saying here.
Without check.
Without check. We could go here, and grab the pawn because we're not allowing c3.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, concrete. Could make sense.
But I guess after e7, black had bishop c6 too. Bishop c6, something like king e3. It still looks drawish. I mean, like the pawns are blockaded. So... I should be able to hold this, yeah. But I guess she decided to just give up, trade the pawns, yeah? Just keep one pass pawn.
So it went like this, c5, rook c1. Ah, nice, right? If rook c8.
Just take it. Tactics.
Try and take it.
Yeah, now she has to definitely... There's nothing better to do but to take now, right? Yeah.
So she got a pawn off the board and saved the G pawn and
okay,
a rook trade offer. That tells me black doesn't believe they can win, really.
Well, I think black is counting on. Wait, what is it? Just take an h4 draw. Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? Maybe no, because rook takes d5, the d4 pawn hangs. There is only one interesting endgame here. If black gets to play g4, it's a little bit more interesting, but still be a draw.
Right, g4, so you can actually go take h2.
Yeah, but it should still be a draw at least 2 or 3 different ways, because I can let you take on h2 and put my bishop on h4 and still draw. So
right,
that's also one. Or sometimes I simply keep my king on this e2 and place where I never let you play king f3. So, or yeah, king f2 e1 or something like that. Yeah. So
this game we were just on ended in a draw just now. I mean, it looks like they didn't repeat 3 times. Did they hit the 50 move rule already? King g2. Maybe it is a 3-fold repetition from before the king went to h3.
So this
maybe it was a surprise to Megan. Maybe this was a 3-fold repetition and Carissa noticed and called it.
Oh wow, really?
I don't know, because they shouldn't be able to offer draws, right?
So the last pawn moves a4, and since a4, it is a 3-fold repetition. You're right.
That's
crazy. I'm sure White did not intend to do that.
Right. She should have gone back through g3 and f2 or something, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, who knows? Maybe she knew. Maybe she didn't have any ideas.
No, I'm sure she would have played on a little bit more. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, why would she play so much and take a draw at this point? I have a feeling that, you know, she just didn't notice the 3-fold repetition. Like right after a5, I think that's the first time. I mean, right after a4, if you go back all the way when black played a4 and white played queen c2, and that's the first time this happens. So right here, yeah? So a4, queen c2 is the first time.
Oh, so here already they had it.
The king was on g2, went to h3 and came back. Yeah.
Yeah. So here they repeated once with knight f4 to d3, right? And then later, king went to h3. Came back to d3 with the knight. Came back to g2. Draw.
That's sharp.
Wow. That's a bit of a surprise. And we just need to check on the leaders for 1 second, but we also need to go to a break. But here's what's happened between Nemtsova and Shrita. Black played h6 here, and then g5, trying to cover the dark squares with the pawns.
How is she surviving rook h5? Okay.
White just looks to double. She brings the rook to h8.
Ooh, okay.
f4, rook g8.
So she's giving up the pawn.
It seems so.
But to trade off the rooks, which should be then fine for her, yeah? Should be. Oh, well, actually, if I play rook g5, I'm not trading off rooks. Or rook g5 will be queen for 2 rooks if I play rook g5.
Right. Yeah, if rook g5, rook h1, right? And if rook h8, we can trade everything and get the pawn back. But then the queen and bishop are not that impressive anymore.
It's interesting, right? What if I take everything and go bishop h4? So rook h8, I take queen h8, queen g5 check, and bishop h4. I still have some problem creating. I'm still creating some problems. But the problem is my king is so weak. I'm sure you didn't get a perpetual. Somewhere. Right. I mean, like, yeah. Actually, you don't even have to defend. You can play queen h7. Actually.
This check is just some checks, right?
Yeah, the knight on c7 is holding all the pawns together, and then you're like completely fine.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I do have some queen d6 and bishop d8 kind of ideas, but I feel like black will start giving enough checks to get a draw.
Yeah.
So it looks drawish. So what else can she do to keep the game going? It's not easy now. I need one rook on the board, basically, right?
Well, that's looking hard with with this opposition on the file.
Well, I could take queen g5.
White also needs to win their pawn back at some point.
If I play queen g5, I can keep one rook on the board, but I think it's too much cost. Because queen takes, rook takes, I'll play rook h1 and rook b1. And I think black is the one grabbing pawns.
Yeah, if we go this way, this looks like all risk.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I somehow didn't finish this move. This looks like all risk for white.
Yeah.
And
you want one rook and you want the h file. That's basically what you want.
Yeah.
And you want to win your pawn back.
That's a lot, actually. It's just not working out here at all for white. So Ashrita has like managed to get her pieces over to the side of the board. I think they just played all these moves, all these trades. So they're going to queen and bishop versus queen and knight here. And we will take a quick break. Chess.com's coverage of the US Championships will continue in just a couple of minutes. So stay with us. Welcome back, chess friends. It's still David and Magesh watching the US Championships here on Chess.com. And we turn our attention now to a game we haven't really looked at yet between Talia Cervantes and Sabina Foizor. And this was a slow build. This was an exchange Queen's Gambit, I believe, early on. And well, we can quickly confirm that. Yep, confirmed. Yeah. And somewhere in here, White took over the D file and the 7th rank, and all the material is equal. It looks amazing. I would love to play White in a position like this.
Yeah, this is, but then H4 is also coming in right now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Rook on G6 is doing a good job for now, guarding everything.
Right.
I think you're right. White is totally dominating the open file and the 7th rank. So the only thing is a king, a little vulnerable with H4 coming up.
Right. And if Black could play H4, then the Rook on G6 could be both defending and attacking, which is the dream of many pieces. But at the moment, I think H4 will usually run into Rook F4. So I don't think it's threatened yet.
Yeah, but H4, Rook F4, Queen H3, yeah?
Oh, okay. So you think it is threatened here?
Unless if you go back, I might have to go back again.
Like, say I ate this pawn. Everybody knows I'm thinking about this pawn. So let's just admit it, get it out of the way and discuss it. So you want to go to H3, and then on Rook H4 check, you have Queen H4.
But then there's Rook G7.
And now there's Rook G7. Good Lord.
So H4 is not a threat technically, yeah? Because now, wait, why is the Rook G7? What?
Black still got a Rook.
We have a small problem counting the number of rooks. My mistake. I thought I had another Rook on the board.
All right. So in conclusion, everybody, Black is able to play H4, right? Is that clear? Everybody got it?
Yeah, I think H4 is still possible. You're right.
H4 is possible here. Okay. So, well, I wouldn't want to let my opponent play H4. That would ruin the picture I'm painting. Yeah, Tayyip says maybe we could just go Rook F4 directly to try and prevent it in advance. Maybe also to take on E4.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I cannot take on B7, or if I'm not doing it, what am I doing there? I mean, I want to go Rook F4 directly, right?
Right. Yeah, let's try it. Let's just see. Let's just see where she goes. Does she go back to E6? Does she go into H3? I guess as long as she stays on this Rook, we can't play Rook E4.
Yeah.
If we play here, we keep up the appearance that we're planning H4, right?
But there's Rook D6 now. I think unless there is Rook takes G3. No, I think the king runs.
Yeah, the king should be fine. He's got this shelter here. So that's going to stop H4. And probably win a pawn at this point, right? Because White will be able to just take E4 calmly.
Yeah, Rook D6 looks
the trade
like it's a problem.
Okay, well, it's probably going to be a problem with Queen E6 as well, right? I mean,
wait, did I have Rook G4, Rook D6, and Rook G4? Was that possible?
Okay,
after Queen H3.
Yeah. I'm going to try and get back here, and now you want this, right?
Yeah.
That looks like a pretty good defense, actually.
Because I still want to play H4 though.
What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see exactly how I'm going to continue the attack. This is a funny situation where both kings seem a little weak,
right?
But they're kind of hanging in there, defending everything.
And it's very confusing with the rooks because you're adding up like 2 pieces on E4, 2 pieces on H4, 2 pieces on G7. Like it's a lot to keep straight.
Yeah. But it seems to me that this is still the most reasonable way to go, though, right? I mean, like, if I trade at least one rook on the G6 rook gets traded, H4 is not that strong a threat, at least.
By the way, Talia did play Rook F4, And Foizor is not yet picked, what to do with the queen. 12 minutes for Talia, 6 minutes for Foizor, 6 moves to go for the time control. And
actually, I'm thinking if queen e6, there is also rook h4. So I think she has to play queen h3.
Just attacking it from here. Do we have to play like rook h6 or something?
You're getting mated on g7.
Okay.
That rook has to stay. But if you trade queens, I'll still take on h5, rook g5. I'll still take on h5, yeah, after rook g5. I'm still mating on g7. So
I can see your brain is calibrated to the triple heavy position. You see it all coming now.
Calibrated to basic checkmate positions.
Okay, so rook h4. I'll have to leave this rook to defend here and bring my queen to defend the h pawn. And she has to stay on this. And now the question is, can you finally just safely take this for nothing?
Yeah, because your rook is on h4. And you're defending everything.
Stop this. You defended everything and you're even applying some extra pressure.
So yeah, right now seems like a perfect time to play rook takes b7. And what should be? Rook f8, rook f4.
No good.
Yeah, I'm fine, yeah. Looks like whites. So yeah, basically after rook f4, queen h3 seems to be the move that black has to play.
Oh, she just played it.
Yeah.
Just played it. And she didn't lose too much time. She's still got 6 minutes, 50.
How much time, how many moves do they have to complete?
They've got another 6 moves to make to get to move 40. And then they get an extra 30 minutes added. In the old days, you would get an hour added. That 30 minutes, it can disappear. I don't know if you've played any tournaments recently with this time control, Magesh.
I've not played with the extra 30-minute time control, but I completely understand what you're saying, because what happens usually is that you kind of relax a little bit when that 30 minutes is added. And then before you know it, you've used up like 10, 15 minutes, and then that's it. Clock is ticking and you're back in the same situation.
Exactly. I made time control. I thought, let me just stretch, right? I've got 10 seconds. I can stretch and then maybe like get a sip of water. And then, settle in and look at the board. And that's half my time.
Yeah.
Now I've got 15 minutes to play a whole game.
Yeah.
So,
do I have a move like queen d1?
So if h4, you've got queen h5.
That's the idea. But queen h5, maybe you have no, rook h6 runs into rook g7. No, yeah, queen h5. h4 is not possible. So
yeah, that's a cool idea actually. Queen d1. If h4, it'll be tragic. Queen h5 will destroy black. This is hanging, and if it comes here, one thing you could do is probably just take the rook, but rook g7, king g7. Queen here to take it with check, right? And just continue on about checkmating black. And we know there's a checkmate somewhere here in about 3 moves.
So
that's the idea of queen d1. And I don't know. Maybe here. Come over here.
Yeah, rook e5 looks like exactly.
You said this one was good, right?
Okay, do I have enough time to go to rook d8 and queen b3? No, I don't think I'll have enough time to do that. There's also rook d5.
We've got one more official result here. Paikidze.
They drew, yeah?
And drew. And Nemtsova and Eswaran have drawn as well.
Okay. I guess so far all expected results, yeah?
Yeah, expected results. Really good defensive play today, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these were volatile positions, but the players just didn't make mistakes, really. And this game here, it ended check here, bishop h4, queen h7, check, check.
Yeah, and I guess...
Oh, and you pointed out that if white ever did something, black could just give checks.
Yeah. is exactly what we thought about that. I think in this game we were looking at rook d8 was played. I think Sabina's game against
Queen h3, rook d8. You're right, and that's trading the less scary of the two rooks. Does this prevent h4?
Well, actually, what happens if I play h4?
Maybe. We're not certain it does. If black trades, it'll prevent h4 because the queen will be on d8. But if black just played h4 now,
because actually what I can do is rook takes h4, queen takes h4, and rook e8.
You can do this.
Yeah.
This. You just have to be sure about rook g3 now, right? That's all. I mean, I saw that you can take this pawn, but we want to know that rook g3 won't.
I think we should be able to run out of this, right? Yeah. Unless I have some weird check on h5 to pick up the rook, which, yeah, I don't see. You'll run through d2.
Right.
So, yeah, I guess it does stop h4.
Yeah. Okay. So she's got h4 covered with rook d8, it seems. And what's she looking at? I mean, the rook on d7 was supposed to be better than the rook on e8, right? So it's like I'm concerned about doing too much diffusing of black's play and not enough of my own play if I'm white.
That's good. But I think right now I like this because I'm looking at queen d7 coming up next, right? That also is annoying for black. Queen d7, queen f7. If I trade queens, I think white's completely dominating.
Is it enough to win? Like if we just lifted the queens off the board, would you think it's winning?
I would think it's winning because b7 and e4 are both extremely weak. So it's very
principle of two weaknesses, check.
Yeah. I mean, there are some chances for black to make a draw, but I would think it's a little dangerous. Black definitely will suffer. So, I mean, like, I'm threatening queen. So, I mean, first of all, what can black do here? I mean, I can play rook e7 or rook e6, right? What else can I do? I see only those two moves.
I was thinking of trading the rook and bringing the queen back to e6, just re-centralizing her.
Oh, you're right, David. That's because I cannot play rook e7 or rook e6 because white will take on e4. The whole reason I couldn't take on e4 because the rook on d7 was hanging. Now I can simply take on e4, yeah?
Right.
So yeah, probably rook takes d8, queen takes d8, and then bring the...
I would do that and do this. I'm sort of defending this, but I'm also thinking of maybe harassing you from a new direction. I'm not good at figuring it out, but...
But now I simply pick up the e4 pawn, right? Queen d4.
Right, you encircle my pawn. Can I play this defense again that you did to me once long ago?
That does work, you're right.
I didn't plan it, but it works.
Or maybe I can start with rook f8, then you go rook f6. Instead of queen d4, rook f8.
Right, yeah. That's a concern. Mate in one. We'll take that seriously. You said I could go rook f6 to get a square. And
so I can start with rook e8 first.
Okay.
No, rook e8.
Oh.
Don't want to trade queens yet.
You don't want to trade queens yet. Okay.
I was thinking if you take on a2, I can play rook h8 check and queen e8 check, but you probably won't take on a2, of course. Something like queen f5, but then again, rook check and queen check, and I would win at least one pawn, I think.
If I come back to f7, maybe f7 is more my style.
I can take the pawn directly now, right?
This one here?
You want rook f2, yeah?
Yeah. I was hoping I was attacking this.
Queen d3 is not, yeah. Well, again, I can spot another intermediate move maybe. What if I try rook e7 first and then actually take on a2 actually? Actually, if you take on a2, you're threatening queen f2 check also. I forgot about it. That is also something I have to be worried about, right?
Yeah. We have to take those positions seriously. It's pretty explosive, like the threats the white or black can suddenly make.
Yeah, I mean, like it's funny. This position seems like black should just collapse, and just black is hanging in there with some threats.
Yeah.
F2, A2, and then just simply making it work. Yeah.
Yeah.
can I go very, very direct and say rook h8 and queen e8 and then trade to rook and pawn in game?
That's what I was trying to do with
Oh,
this.
you trade with queen e8 directly. That's better, actually.
I thought I was threatening checkmate, and so I thought black would take, and then I would collect this pawn.
Yeah, that looks like it's winning, right? What do I?
There was no angle left to stop me, and I was hoping it would be enough to win. But there are moves that you can throw at white in a position like this, folks. What you don't want to do is just sit here and let white collect things. The moves to look at for black are these two, I think.
Yep, absolutely.
You just try and like create some little chink in white's structure so you can get your rook active, because your own position is kind of lame. So,
I mean, a5 will just simply, I can play a3. So it might not make a huge dent, but h4 is definitely
right. Well, I'll trade one more pawn off the board, and then I'll still play this one, I guess. I want takes rook g6 to g4.
But I think takes rook g6, king h2.
Yeah. Oh, I think they've played a move. Let me see what they played. Rook d8, rook e to e6.
Okay, now I simply take the pawn. It looks lost to me.
That's the live position. And
unless rook g3 works, rook g3 doesn't look like it should work.
Well, the idea is to play queen f3 check in that position, right? Wherever you go, queen f3 and take this.
Oh, of course, e4 is hanging. What are we doing? I mean, what am I doing? I'm just thinking the king is escaping and you're trying to give checks.
Right.
Okay, so rook e6, I cannot take on e4.
I don't think so. There weren't many branches to that variation.
Yep. I mean, you're not threatening rook g3 yet. What do I do? If I go all the way rook f8, would that be interesting?
Rook f8?
I mean, I'm trying to see if I simply thread and checkmate. Would that be
this one? Okay. Yeah. See if you can end black right here. Oh, everybody in chat wants to do that too. Rook going for mate. Well, we're gonna have to wait till after a short break to see if white lands that checkmate. But rook e to e6 was just played. Talia could be looking at rook f8. You guys can all calculate that for yourselves for like 2 minutes. We'll leave you to it, and we'll be right back to see how this game concludes. Welcome back, everybody, with some more heavy piece mayhem here at the U.S. Chess Championships. We are now taking a look at Ray Robson with 14 seconds ticking down on his clock against Sam Shankland. And Sam has one of the weirdest pawn structures the world has seen, but he's got a pretty nice threat on E2. Come on, Ray. What are you going to do?
Oh,
5 seconds left.
He just played Queen G3.
Yeah. Okay. That looks like it's got a heavy threat of its own on G6.
Yep.
Thinking we might have to play Queen G7 as Sam, which would unfortunately be the end of the checkmate threats.
Yeah. Well, Queen G7 looks like you have to. Oh, I mean, I have Queen F7, but doesn't seem like a good idea. Queen F7 runs into something like maybe Queen F4. So Queen G7, then we are looking at a rook and pawn endgame. Actually, it looks pretty drawish because I have to take on F3, and then you have to take on. You will take on D3.
Like if he comes here, take. Now we can't allow F2, F1 as white. So
actually, I have rook D4, yeah, because F2, rook F4.
Rook here because of F2, rook F4, yeah. And even that just sort of peters out, right?
Yep, even now you're just taking all the pawns, just one pawn, yeah? And then A and C pawn will get traded and draw.
Yeah. So Queen G3, Queen G7, takes. And if takes over here, Queen G7 just played, by the way. And it looks like the mayhem will peter out
yes,
on this board in a second.
It looked pretty interesting for a second, but then we have drawish rook and pawn in game here.
All right, so we're going to switch right back to our other mayhem, expecting this to go into a rook and pawn ending. We're going to switch back to Cervantes against Foizor. Last move that we saw here, or actually we left you here wondering about rook F8 maybe being checkmate. Cervantes played rook D6, trade. The pass pawn got blockaded, newly minted pass pawn, and just teetering on the brink of the time control, move 39, I think. Rook F7 from Talia Cervantes.
Ooh.
It's exciting.
This is a little crazy. I was thinking, what if I take and ignore your queen threat and play H4?
The rook or the pawn? The rook.
I was thinking of taking the rook, of course. I want to take the rook.
So we push. What do you do about this?
Can I play something like H4? This is crazy. No, it's crazy because queen and queen H4 check. Never mind.
And just go for an attack, right?
There is queen H4 check, so it's just not going to work. That drops all the ideas.
There's another queen coming in too. Sorry.
2 queens.
I was thinking it might be kind of tricky, like rook back and forth. I don't know. This was a cool idea to me. But okay, let me try and get back to the real position.
We should check all these ideas. Yeah, interesting to always see the forcing moves and ideas.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm thinking about this. Looks like Queen D6 is more.
Queen D6 was played?
Yeah, it seems
I walked into Rook G7.
But I take back and
Rook G7 was played. Oh, the king just moved away.
Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm completely off. I was thinking I'll play Rook takes G7, Queen takes D6, and I have a rook and pawn in game. And I forget that one person has a rook, another person.
AKA a queen versus rook endgame. No, wow.
Well, wait. When rook F7 was played, it looks like there's nothing else left, right? I mean, if H4 didn't happen, Queen F7 was not possible, right? Then what else can I do? I can't do anything. It seems to be a forced variation.
Okay. So you give this up, you go here, and you hope that it's just a queen trade and rook B7 with a 1 pawn down endgame, right?
That looks still 1 pawn down, but the problem is that if I collect the E pawn, which is extremely weak, actually it's a tough choice. Yeah, I have a choice to go into a queen and pawn game or this. Okay. So rook B7, yeah. Now E4 is extremely weak. So how would you deal with that?
By the way, folks, all of these moves have just been played. Every time I was about to add a move as analysis, they played it just as I was like placing the piece there.
Nice.
So close that it was hard to even see it with the eyes focused on the board. But I think this is the live position she went for this. All right, now tell us
This
what.
looks like a tough endgame for black.
Okay.
I don't see how you can hold this because e4 is so weak.
Four isolated pawns. The thing I'm noticing is that if you go like rook d2, this is kind of like one of the main recourses of the worst side in a rook endgame is you just go on a spree of trading pawns, right? Like you attack their pawns, they take yours, etc. The problem is with two pawns lined up like this, black's probably going to lose their pawns faster than white. So like if we go after this pawn
Also lined
here,
with the king.
you know, something like this, and then we're going after this, white's always going to be able to get two pawns for their b pawn.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can find my way back to the live position. I think this is it. I think we're there.
Yeah, and I'm thinking even if I simply pick up the e4 pawn for the a2 pawn, I still think it's very difficult for black to defend because you'll have a pass pawn, but I'll have connected pass pawns.
Right, because you've got this mass that's pretty strong together. So even if black got some trades, do you think rook e7, e4 could be too strong?
Yeah, this looks like a tough endgame. Let's see. Defense has prevailed so far.
Really tough. Game. So Talia with this rook f7 move, wow. And there was no defense.
But I was actually thinking you can simply take on e4, but looks like rook f7 is pretty strong. Yeah, I was thinking just queen e4 and something like rook f5.
Oh, right here, queen e4, this.
Queen e4, queen d6, rook f5 or something like that is what I was looking at. It looks interesting, by the way, because I don't know how you'll defend the h5 pawn, yeah?
Right, here takes here.
You have queen d1 check, king g2. Maybe, yeah, queen d1, king g2. Still, the king on h7, rook on g6 is a little bad situation. So I still like white's position.
You can take on f7. Oh, sorry, chat is giving us variations.
Okay.
The traditional relationship is that the commentators give chat variations, but today chat is stronger. So chat says that black should have taken the rook, and then on d7 they've got something cool coming up. It's beautiful, guys, they say.
Really?
Queen f3.
No,
not your h4 move. White gets an extra queen, and then what? They're just seeing if we
rook f6 now. Rook f6.
Blocking the queen out here. Okay, well, you just defend it.
Unbelievable. H4.
Now h4 with the queen cut off from here. That's outrageous.
There's no because I can't play queen d7. I can't play queen d7 because pawn takes g3, queen h3, then rook h6.
Oh, come on, chat. You've been using a computer. There's no way.
This is
there's no way unless Magnus is trolling us. What?
Yeah, this is if this actually works. Oh wait, let's make sure it does, yeah?
Well, I can see that g takes h is fine for black.
Okay, what if I simply you want to take
see, right? That black can just do this. And that's an easy draw. So white can't take on h4, but if white doesn't take on h4, I suppose h3 is a threat. White needs to do something.
h3 is the problem. Queen and if D7. I let you take on g3 and play queen g2, there is still
taking
queen
probably also a problem. But then there's check. Okay, can we defend like this? I mean, I'm pretty sure they're armed to the teeth with engines, so there's nothing we do that's going to do anything.
Yeah. This is pawn takes g3, pawn takes g3, queen g3, and then I think
right. They've got this idea, right?
Yeah.
I had this idea earlier, right?
No, rook h1 is mate.
Oh, sorry, mate. My bad. Let's just mate.
This is the first idea I was looking at too.
Yeah. So here, what? Queen g2? You were telling me, right? You were telling me better moves.
Queen g2. Can I actually
just listen instead of moving? So now my rook g6 idea may come in handy, right? We'll go here, here. There's two queens defending each other. Rook g6. Is that enough to draw?
And no, there's queen h4 check.
No, I didn't see where you could move. I'm not used to this many queens.
I know this is a strange position, of course. Well, hold on. If I play queen b1 check, there is queen f2 different. That's
you're not going to believe this. Well, I'm probably going to be wrong for the 10th time in a row. But queen g2. If queen g2, I play rook g6.
And you got checks now.
And if king takes, I perpetual you because I've got rook f6.
This is cool. This is really cool. Keep checking forever, and the king cannot get out.
I mean, we can't make an endgame study out of it because, I mean, it's like a variation that somebody else found with a computer or something. But this theme would be like an endgame study, right? That at the end of some sequence, like you can give a weird perpetual like this.
Absolutely. Black to play and draw. This totally can make a study.
Wow.
First of all, I mean, the thing is, most of us would just stop calculating after queen f3, queen d2. It's like you let someone make a queen and then just keep attacking like a normal game.
Like 4 more moves with that, and the attack's not even threatening mate. It's just like we're trying to block out your queen from the king side to eventually play h4 and then eventually take on g3, and then it's like 3 steps from a mate threat.
But this finish was really, really nice.
Oh man, yeah, this position was worth seeing. I mean, for me, who likes just pretty positions, this is fun. This is all worth it. It's showing Faizor with 0 seconds on the clock, by the way. Let's see. I mean, this stuff is amazing, but let's see if we can figure out what happened to the game. Probably the interface hasn't added the 30 minutes yet from them making time control or something.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they definitely cannot be close to 0.
Oh, this is just my variation. They didn't play all this. Okay, I think the live position is here. 42 rook takes b7. I believe. I believe that's a live position, and I don't think Black would have flagged here because it's past move 40. So I don't see a result. I mean, she could potentially resign, but even that wouldn't surprise me. It's probably just the clock's not updating.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to resign in this position. So I guess.
Okay, so that's where that's going. That was exciting. And I'm sure when Talia played rook f7, she thought it was winning. There's no way. I mean, they probably calculated, they were in time pressure, folks. They were on move 39 with like a minute each. They probably thought rook f7, queen f7, d7, resigns. And that was like the end. They didn't look.
That's why it's actually interesting that they, still play this forcing sequence, which is nice. Yeah. I would have played queen e4 and be safe there.
It's impressive that Talia went for that rook f7 move. It's a good looking move. She had to see queen d6, rook g7. She saw several good things there.
Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome. Okay, so that's that one. And let's see what's going on with the other 2 games here in the women's
Irina
section.
looks like completely drawn now. She picked up.
Irina survived.
Yeah.
Her king made it all the way to the queen side, took care of the extra pass pawn, and then came back to the center. So here's where it looked really bad for her. Like, I didn't even know if she could stop the pawn from queening without sacking the knight at this point. But it was also in the move 30s here. And Tohir Genova didn't really have much time. So she had to decide, like, do I collect this pawn on h6, or do I just throw these forward and see if they queen, or do I centralize my king and try and like play it slow? Went for the h6 pawn.
And maybe now, was it required to play a4 and b4? I mean, I was thinking Black could have simply brought the king in or something. Or do I have
right? Then you don't even need bishop b4, right? You could just play king f7 here.
Yeah, but even after bishop f8, king e3, I was still thinking if I can bring the king in, because the bishop on f8 is holding the c5 square together.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's not like the black-white king can go to e5 or something. At that point, you can start pushing the pawns.
Right.
So that's one. I also think e5 could be interesting too, because I cannot play f4. So Black can play e5 with the idea of king f7, king e6 also here, right?
Right.
I mean, what's the rush in pushing the pawns? I think at this point, the king needs to get in. I think Black is probably over this.
Is put their king on d3 and then bring the knight all the way over to poke at these pawns and try and force their advance, then rearrange, then try to attack them. So it actually gives Black a lot of time. And yeah, I think she just had to play generally because she didn't have enough time. And so she kind of like pushed them. And
yeah, maybe tactically here, she was looking for a play to queen the pawn.
Which I guess here maybe she's looking at pushing with the like breakthrough idea of like pushing past, and then on knight c3 or knight c1 it's probably not good.
Yeah, I mean, once I'm stopping it, it might be worse because I go knight a to b4 and you lose a pawn.
Yeah, this thing's about to become dangerous, and it's like, oops, maybe we should have used the approach of bringing our king into the game. So she took the pawn, Crush came here, dealt with this pawn.
Yeah. I don't know about bishop g7 again. But anyways, knight c2 is happening no matter what. So
right. So I mean, maybe just king f7 if you're going
exactly
to allow knight f2. Then knight c2, play b3, trade it all off.
Actually, that could be interesting too, right? If black king gets somewhere closer to the pawns on time, it still could be dangerous.
Right. While white's got 2 short range pieces on the queen side, but she moved the bishop again, traded this off, and now finally the king comes off, but white's king is
too slow.
Is back in no time at all. And this looks equal, but more pleasant for the knight.
Yeah, but should be a draw.
Yeah. And meanwhile, more complicated is the game between Tatev and Zatonsky.
So it looks like exchange sacrifice for 2 pawns. Yeah, I think last time we concluded, we saw that it was actually okay for black. Comfortable. Interesting. So some kind of crazy sacrifice.
Yeah, maybe we should just see what prompted the sacrifice. So we had a knight maneuver to d5. The one thing you said could help Tatev out. Not sure how she got there, but she got there. And then traded it off. Huh. That didn't make sense. I mean, we would have to spend more time for it to make sense. Rook comes into that spot, past pawn. Now suddenly white's good, I think.
Yeah, I think after the knight traded off, black should have simply played on the c5. I mean, like, did she have to play rook d7?
No.
But actually, rook d5 is hitting the a5 pawn. So it is a little annoying, but actually, even if I play bishop b7, I'm completely stopping all the counterplay, right? I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah, just keep the rook out.
Exactly.
Maybe then we'd see an exchange sack, but that's not the one we had in the game.
I know. But black seems to be, I mean, white seems to be fine now, because I have bishop f1 and white bishop is okay. So maybe just equally again.
Yeah, maybe she's doing fine. The hard part was getting that knight from d2 to d5.
Yeah.
So, okay, rook comes into d5. I mean, you never want your plan to be to trade this. Is
pass pawn.
Bishop pair becomes good. She threatens to win a pawn on d4. Knight ran away there. Bishop b6, threatening to win a pawn again. Knight came in. That makes sense. But white's just got it all covered. Well, the exchange sack was just white promoting their d pawn.
So did white have to do this? I feel like white probably had something better. I mean, I have 2 pawns for the exchange, but the knight on c3, black seems to be doing okay, right?
Well, this pawn is hanging. So if we take on a5, black's taking our d5 pawn.
And then b4 hangs though, right?
Right.
So I think it might have been simpler. Why not just play up a pawn? Unless actually that final position, white still probably has bishop a5. Maybe that's what she's counting on. I don't know. Can I bishop b4? Bishop b4 runs into bishop takes g2 and queen b7 check, or bishop takes h3. So if king g2, there is queen b7 check. If take on c3, then bishop takes h3. Yeah, maybe that's what the problem is. This queen b7 check is very annoying. Can I take and go? Yeah, take.
Here, hitting both pieces looks equalish.
Yeah, because queen takes, knight takes, and rook d1. There is knight c3 again. Yeah, there's nothing special. Fair enough. I think she went for the exchange. I think with the bishop, dark squared bishop, she probably still wants to collect on the a pawn. I mean, queenside pawns. Maybe that's
she could still collect it in the game, right? So in the game, bishop e7, she pushes. Zatonsky takes. Tatev goes forward again, and moving the rook doesn't help because the pawn's already worth as much as the rook since white's got control over d8. So she just grabbed a pawn over there.
No, a5 and b4 false, but king h2.
And she's hoping that whole thing will still collapse, yeah?
Why king h2? What does it do?
Right, good question. We're just starting to take, right?
Because queen a8.
Oh, another surprise double attack. Ouch.
She had to be.
These players are good.
But I'm really worried about black planting the bishop on f3.
Mm-hmm.
King h2. Let's see. I can either go bishop c8, bishop b7.
Hang on. in chat. Oh yeah, well, sorry, we'll go one move further. Tayyip points out that white has queen d8 here to avoid the worst of it. But black, I think, trades and takes the a pawn, and that sort of reduces white's winning margin a bit. Well, bishop f6, there's enough falling apart.
Oh, f6 and e5 is falling. Oh, we missed queen d8. That's right. Yeah, queen d8 still wins the game then.
Yeah.
So why king h2? Yeah, take the pawn. What's the problem with taking the pawn? Maybe she didn't see queen d8. Well, she has enough time now. They're past the time control.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe she just saw that king h2 like avoided it, and it looked good, right?
But the only thing I'm worried about king h2 is that I feel like the bishop will read out to a better diagonal.
Okay.
But okay, queen d8 is always there. So maybe that's what
she can always go to the end game, and she's like picking up this pawn for free, avoiding the queen a8 stuff, depending on how much of it she calculated.
So how about bishop d7 then? Since queen d8 is so annoying, I want to go queen e6 and try to see if I can make something out of that. But no, when I play bishop c6, but white has queen d8. This has to be winning for white.
Opposite colored bishops are great for surprises.
But I don't think black has time, right? No, why not just take on b4?
You just want to take on b4? I was just thinking I'd get out of the way of this because queen d8 is so strong. I'll make you play another move. But okay, you want to come here? Check. Here.
There's no bishop c6, queen d8, and queen f8.
And since you just have mate, you didn't need to prepare anything.
Yeah. So maybe king h2 is equally good, and that's why she went for it, because there's nothing too much to worry about. Maybe black has to go bishop e6 then, and try to go bishop. Yeah.
All right, let me try and get back to the game position. King h2. Okay, here we are. So there's some practical difficulties, but I'm expecting white to clean this up, actually.
Agreed. Because just the center is too open, and black doesn't have enough time to get the piece around.
Yeah.
I mean, some drawing chances, but not so clear, yeah. I mean, I would really love to have my knight on d4 and threaten some f3 stuff, yeah? But, oh, maybe that's what I should do. Bishop d7. You play bishop takes a5, and then I go knight b5, try to read out my knight. But I think it's just a long shot, yeah? You stop
aiming at light squares, yeah.
But you go bishop b6 again, and then I have nothing, right?
Right.
Oh, now I have queen e6.
I mean, not exactly nothing, yeah.
Yeah, some practical chances. You're right. I think that's probably the right thing to say. Some practical chances. It doesn't look like...
I didn't yet get the time to take the second pawn, so I don't yet have a passed pawn anywhere, and I'm still spending a lot of resources defending this king.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so that's where they are at here. King h2 has been played. Zatansky's,
using some of that,
some of that 30 minutes she just got.
Oh, she's using the time, yeah. And I think Sabina has a last rook in game, so that looks like it's over now.
Okay, and the other game finished Irina versus Gulruh Begim. Okay, so what's happened with this game?
Oh, we should also go to Daniel's bishop endgame. That looks very interesting.
Right.
That could be...
Oh, I'm just seeing what Talia did.
Yeah, even
very, very clinical. The position is just completely winning for her here.
Put the rook on d4.
Yeah.
Just start getting the pieces out. This completely slips. Yeah.
So you're right. The e-pawn was so weak, it would just went from being one pawn up to two pawns up with no trouble. All right, over to the championship. Last game we were on was Robson and Ray. Queens did come off, so we were right. And then switch over to another situation, and it looks
very
probably equal. Ray spent 20 of his 30 minutes already just the first couple moves there with a queen trade and a pawn trade. But it's probably a draw no matter what time they have on the clock. Just a vague guess.
I think white's out of danger, really. I mean, white really is not in any danger of that position. So he was probably trying to look for any possible winning ideas, but it looks very drawish. So this endgame looks a little tricky. I mean, like this. So now the two pawns, right? Without the e3 pawn, the only way for black to make a draw would be to catch the diagonal, a7 and c5, and follow my king, right?
Right.
So if the e3 pawn was not there, I put the king on d6, bishop on a7, I get a draw.
Yeah.
As long as the white king doesn't reach b7 or something. Right.
But weirdly here, the e3 pawn blocks your bishop. So it's not even as obvious what you do. I mean, I suppose you could always play e2 if your king were close enough.
No, but actually even more interesting right now is that whites can simply win the bishop. There's also some kind of a pawn race here, right? So white's goal is to play c4, bishop e2, and then try to win the bishop for the a7 pawn. Then the black king cannot easily come in on this side and do anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this looks okay. So a5 has just been played, right?
Yeah, a5 was the last move.
So I guess we should simply find out if white's on time. Yeah. So let's say, well, king e5 is not possible because of a6, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I can still play e2 on bishop f2. That actually might be interesting.
Right, which might actually draw. I mean, even though it's like a joke, king e5, a7, e2, and then here and here. And what you will all notice is that the white king can't get past that diagonal.
Yeah, this is, well, unless my king can come other way around. No, right? I don't see it. Yeah. I just follow your king in the diagonal wherever you go. It's just a draw.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I could play king e5 then.
Maybe here to block your king out.
Yeah, I have to do that.
And then I want to go to c6 next to get off of dark squares, of course, but I'm going to completely keep this king away.
Yeah, this actually looks bad. Like, or
whereas if you've gone to e7, you could keep running, like try and like get below me. Maybe.
Can you? Let's try.
Let's see.
Let's try. Yeah.
Let's try running like the lower route. King here.
Yeah, no, I have a6. So
king here.
So now I also have a6 though, right? Why am I just not playing a6?
Why are you not playing a6?
Because if I play a6, what are you going to do? I'm threatening a7.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I played king d7. You play a6 here?
No, not. Oh, I think I should not play king c5. Let's try. Yeah, because you have this e2 trick, right? Let's go back.
Okay.
I want to try king b5.
King b5. Okay. But now my king has an extra square available on d6.
I have a6. Yeah, I'm threatening a6.
Yeah.
But you always have e2.
e2 though. So.
You're always going to play e2, which is quite annoying.
Well, the only reason I'm doing it, Magesh, is because you told me that in these positions without the e pawn, it's a draw.
But you don't get the diagonal now, though. Bishop takes e2. What do you do?
I mean, you know what I'm going to do. I only have one move.
I don't have c4 and c5. If I get c5, I win, of course. Yeah, but you have king d6 just in time.
So I got one single drawing move, but I know it because you told me about it.
This is quite annoying. So it looks like you're right in some sense that black has to play e2. If I keep the pawn, probably I might lose the game. So the question is, can I reach on time? What if I try to go c4 and c5 first? That might help me, actually.
Yeah, Danya just played king e7, by the way, and Schwierz played king c5. So he's on that diagonal for bishop f2 check. And king d7 was played quickly by Danya. He thought, by the way, a while on king e7. He'd made time control with time to spare, and he thought quite a bit on that.
So I'm trying to see, somehow I want to get c5 in. So maybe a6 doesn't make sense. What if I start with c4 here?
Maybe c4, if that's what your goal is, truly. Also, there might be some weird position where you play bishop e2 just to keep that diagonal closed, right? We haven't tried that.
Yeah, bishop e2 just to make sure. But bishop e2, no, you will play king c7 though. I'm not threatening a6 and a7 anymore.
Bishop e2, king c7, and then you can't ever play a7 because of king b7. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, white king can still come to this other side, but Yeah.
Oh, a6 was just played, by the way.
A6 was played, huh?
In the game. Yeah, you wanted to try c4 there, right?
I wanted to try c4 if I could get c4 and c5 in, but okay. A6. So now what? King c8?
No, if king c8, then a7 wins.
Oh, because I'm putting
Our only move here is e2, I believe. Or maybe king c7, a7, e2 could be like an alternative. But I think basically it's e2 here. And then bishop takes e2. And then bishop f2 check. And then
but now
with the king.
No, but now I king d5. See, if you play e2, bishop e2, bishop f2 check, I'll play king d5. And now you cannot stop me from c4 and c5, can you? Because if you play king c7, c4, king b6, c5 check anyways.
Uh-oh. You tricked us.
I think if I get a6 and c6 with the g pawn on the board, I should win this because I will definitely be able to distract your bishop to get the pawn. So I think c4, once I get c5, right, I think I should win. Because my idea is simply, I'll play c6. Now I'll play g4 and move my king over to this side. Oh, yeah. I put my bishop on b5, so you cannot take either pawns. My king will move over to the g pawn. And when you try to save it with your bishop, I simply distract you with a7 or something, and then you have to take it. And I'll take on g5. Now I have two really separated pass pawns, which is an easy win.
Right. And with the king already there.
Holy stop c5.
You just told me I couldn't.
Yeah, this looks lost. So maybe e2 was not precise in that position then. You can't give e2 unless you know that you have a draw. So if this king is on b5, it's a draw. If the king is on d5, you're not making a draw.
Yeah, the power of this centralized king here. You know, it's funny, Magesh. Last night I did like a long lesson on opposite colored bishops on my channel. Sort of like by accident, you know, I was trying to teach my student about not resigning too early in some position that was bad. And then it happened to be an opposite colored bishop. And when the lesson was done, people from chat were like, no, wasn't there a way to win here or there? And so we like looked at this endgame for a while. And then they're like, so I'm extrapolating this principle and that principle. And then I was like, well, actually, there's an exception. I showed them another opposite colored bishop ending that I remembered. We spent like 2 or 3 hours yesterday looking at just this kind of thing.
Yeah, opposite bishop endgames are very interesting, yeah, because they sometimes look very drawish. There's like so many interesting ideas that keep happening. With two pawns, I think it's very interesting.
Okay, so you're saying that, like, let's say I mark time, right? Like this. Oh no, this is always just losing to a7.
Immediately losing. So you have to put your bishop on a7 and wait. Oh, but you might even run into zugzwang.
So I have to go in here?
Yeah, how else do you wait? Because otherwise
I have to go inside?
Like this? And then play g5 and wait.
Play g5? Okay, but if you wait, what am I doing next? Bishop I know B8. You wanted to go to b5, but...
Bishop b8.
Bishop b8.
You still wait.
This is what I have left. There were 64 squares, and I'm left with a7 and b8. Okay, so your winning plan is you come here, here, and then this at some point?
Yeah, and then I also play g4.
Now,
g4.
At least I've got some room.
g4?
Breathe. You want to play g4?
At some point, yeah.
I mean, I can't stop you, so.
And then a7, yeah.
Tremendous.
Your king can be on b8, but it'll be a zugzwang anyways, I think.
Picture perfect, right? So, like, even if I play king b8 here.
If let's say, if you had your king b8, let's say one bishop
here.
No, now maybe, now technically you lose a pawn. Maybe you'll have to go back one more move.
It's not letting me play the moves I thought I was playing.
Here, king b8. Yeah.
Okay. So even here.
Just king g6.
You just play king g6. And my bishop has to pick a direction. My king and bishop are each doing two things.
Hold on. You have bishop f4. It's only a zugzwang if my bishop's on d5. See, I need to play c7 check. I can't play c7 check now.
So do you want to bring the bishop to d5 now?
But if my bishop is on d5, would you be able to attack the a pawn? No, you can't play that now because I'll play c7. You have to play king c7. Oh, you can't play king c7 because I have a7. Yeah, I think this works. Because now you have to go bishop e3, right? What else can you do?
Waiting.
Bishop d5 now.
You come here. I come back.
Now I have c7.
And now you play c7. It's a beautiful move, right in the face of the king and the bishop, blockading the dark square.
Yeah, so now I should win this one, right?
Oh, yeah, you got it. You got it.
Black could time this perfectly, so my king could be on a7. Because when the bishop goes to d5, you potentially want to attack the pawn. But the thing is, your bishop is always stuck to g5, defending g5, so it's just not possible, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so, I mean, this is like really bad news for Danya, what you're just showing us.
Well, but
I can find
he hasn't given up the e pawn yet, right? So we are looking at the same position with the e3 pawn, though. He hasn't played e2.
I think this is the live position in the game. He played with king c7 first before e2.
Okay, so fair enough. If a7, wait. a7, e2, a8, queen, there won't be any checkmate? No, the king runs, fair enough. No checkmates, yeah. Nothing special.
A7, e2, queens.
You just run along the dark squares. I don't see any checkmate.
Right.
I could be up 2 pawns, play queen c6 check and queen takes g6. And then we could play that endgame. But okay, I think white should calculate what? c4 now, right?
Yeah, c4 is what you'd be thinking. And then you want to maybe switch your king to d5.
Yeah, c4. Basically, c4, bishop e2, and king d5 is my plan. And it seems like it's much easier for me to do that if your pawn is on e3.
Yeah.
How will you even check me?
Wow.
So c4.
All right. I'm going to quick check for any result updates. Nope. All the games are still going that we're going. We are going to have to take our quick ad break, and we will be back with you all in just a couple minutes to follow these intense endgames. This looks like White should try it.
We're back.
Okay.
Okay. All we were doing is talking about some moves with some actions. You probably understood everything that we probably said.
Yeah. We're just wondering why White didn't take on b4 here. You guys saw White sort of wander away with their minor pieces and let Black play rook d2. Just seemed like a momentary lapse by Jeffrey, because it seemed, I mean, he knows a rook on the second rank is trouble, and it was. But yeah,
the only reason I can think why he didn't like bishop b4 could be something like bishop takes f4, pawn takes f4, and rook b2. Maybe he didn't like that endgame.
Okay, fair enough. That's losing.
It's a tough endgame, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. I just figured when he sacked that second pawn with b5, it was to sort of like take it back. So then why didn't he? But yeah, I see what you mean. So Sevian's just trying to take the rooks off the board, and there's nothing White can do. Here he resigned.
Yeah, looks pretty hopeless, yeah.
Still nothing to do, just rook b1, b2, and then rook sacks itself to clear the way for the pawn, folks. Something like this, right? Check here, here. He can't get behind. Actually, then he could do this.
Maybe rook c2.
Maybe bishop e5 first.
Yeah, bishop e5 is also super. Yeah. Also, I was thinking rook c2 instead of playing rook b1 check.
Oh, not blocking the own pawn. Yeah. That could be good.
Yeah, probably multiple ways to win this one. I think this is one of those examples where I'm sure Jeffrey probably would be very unhappy, because he kind of beat himself, I think, in some sense, right? I don't think there was anything going on.
Yeah.
He could have probably switched on to defending mode and probably just taken a draw.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Black was just holding steady. Like in this position here, there's a lot of nothing. And honestly, this game here is an example of that no draw offer rule having some effect on the tournament, because this is the kind of position where people agree to draws a lot of the time.
Exactly.
So actually, if we're keeping watch on that rule, this might be a game that was actually affected by it. And he lost his way when he played knight e5 and allowed rook d2. Previously, he always had rook c2 to cover it.
Maybe just rook c2 right now. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, just keep it covered.
Yeah. I mean, just the way Black played rook d7, you play rook c2 and you sit. It's just about equal. I know the bishop on b2 is probably slightly worse, so it's a little annoying. Black will play f6, e5, but definitely not winning for Black. So
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the implications of this game, Jeffrey lost yesterday. Today he lost with White. His tournament, it's like in the can. It's in the trash can now. He's
2 back-to-back losses. That too, this one with White. I think this is probably going to sting a little more.
Yeah. And for Sevian, great. Chalk up a point. He hasn't lost a game yet. Wins a game with Black. He's going to be pumped going into tomorrow among the leaders. Early on in the tournament, the first couple rounds can really set your mood. And of course, there's all kinds of other things that come into play later with your endurance and preparation. but here, I mean, this is going to be huge. It's really, really tough break for Jeffrey here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He came into this with the great run at the Olympiad. He beat Anand in one of the games, so it was a nice nice run, but unfortunate start for him.
Yeah. So here's the rook endgame of Ray and Shanky, and
should be completely drawn. This should be drawn even without the h6 pawn. Yeah. So
yeah, well, without the h6 pawn, it might be some work.
Well, usually the rook and bishop pawn is a draw, but you're right, it's not easy.
Yeah.
There'll be plenty of places to go wrong. But here, I think it should be
but
just
here. There's just not much that can go wrong, even. So, I don't think we need to keep too close an eye on that. We'll go back to our opposite colored bishop ending, and the king has gone to d5.
Okay, so no
Like
c4, no bishop e2, just king d5, yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting. So,
is king b6 a thing at all here?
King b6 is going to play bishop e2.
Right. And then, does that offer any kind of hope? Because the pawn hasn't yet come to c5, and when it goes to c4, we'll take on a6 before it gets to c5.
That's a good point. So I'm wondering why he played king d5, yeah?
Before playing like your c4 move, right?
Bishop e2 was possible, right? He could have played
the king here
E2.
was taking away a lot of squares.
Yeah. So, okay, king b6 looks very reasonable. Let's play king b6, bishop e2 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
That looks very reasonable. So now I cannot play c4, like you said. Now, for example, if black loses the e3 pawn, can white win this one? That would be a good question.
Like if white came and attacked the pawn from here?
I mean, I'm trying to just first see if white can win this position if e3 was not there.
Even if it weren't on the board, like if we just...
Yeah, it just disappears.
Disappear it, yeah.
Because, I mean, in positions like this, if you want to figure out what is going to work, you first need to understand what is the winning position.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it can help just to visualize, say, oh, you know what, if the e3 pawn is not there, well, if the e3 pawn is not there and I simply hold on to the g5 pawn with the bishop on f4 or e3, I think how's white going to win, actually?
I mean, at some point they have to play c4, king a6, c5 check.
But you lost
back to b7. Yeah, I mean,
you lost a pawn for not much, right? I mean, if the pawn was advanced, make more sense.
Right.
Yeah,
I can't really imagine a winning scenario anymore there, honestly. That's weird.
Yeah, that's really, really weird. If I just leave the pawn and stop. But you know what? Maybe he doesn't even want to take the pawn. Maybe he wants to do something without taking the pawn. Because if I don't take the pawn, how will you defend the... you have to go to d8. Because what I was thinking was if black pawn goes to g5, usually you're defending it on g4 or f4 or h4. But if the pawn is on e3, you can't do that. So
right.
You have to push your bishop back to somewhere on d8, e7 or f6.
Right.
Could that be a zugzwang there? Can't imagine one.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any way for white to win after the king comes.
So there is one interesting idea. Let's say I put my king on d7.
The
white king on d7 at some point, and I play c4.
Okay, so you're looking for, discovered check and going all the way.
But somehow basically pushing the king out. If I end up on b6 or b8, then it's a draw. You're going to end up there. How will I push you out of there?
Right. So the king can just head to b8 as long as the bishop's on this diagonal.
That's a good point, though. Your bishop has to be on the diagonal all the time. Then.
It has to stay there the whole time, yeah.
So then I could maybe work something to try to create a zugzwang if your bishop is not in the diagonal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the king is on d7. You will keep your bishop back and forth. I mean, the king is so far from the g5 pawn. Why would the bishop not be on the diagonal? It's easy for me to do that, right?
Yeah. Somebody's asking, what would white's threat even be with a king on d7 and a pawn on c4? And the answer is white would be threatening c5 check then, letting the bishop defend here and gaining space with the c pawn, because on king c5, a7 would queen. So c4 does make a threat, and black will probably have to take the a pawn the moment it happens and then bring the king back to b8 to cover that c pawn. Yeah,
as long as the black bishop is on g1 to h2 diagonal, it seems to me that black is doing okay. Did he? So I'm kind of curious. If he didn't play king d5,
right? He played c4 first, I think, is how you were.
Yeah, either c4 or bishop e2 was what I was looking at. But is there a problem with king b8? Was he worried about king b8? No, king b8.
Wouldn't it be amazing for white to get more?
I just allowed checkmate. No, I'm trying to see if my king can somehow squeeze into A7. That's not happening.
Yeah.
What was he really worried about? Bishop D6 check runs into king D5, and you're getting C5 no matter what.
Right. Yep. This would give white perfect place to play C5, which is barely a win for white, but I think you pretty much proved to us that it is.
And if bishop F2, it's bishop E2, right? Bishop F2, bishop E2. And then now I'm, no matter what, I play king D5 and C5.
Now we're threatening A7 immediately. Oh, no. Now we're not. Our bishop came back. So now what you want to do from here, like let's say I come back, is you can play
now king D5 and C5.
King
Actually,
D5 here.
The thing is, we did not see this position without the E3 pawn, though, right? I mean, we saw this without the E3 pawn. Did we calculate this with the pawn on E3?
No, we were sacking the pawn for black. But I don't think it's the E3 pawn doesn't help black at all. It basically, it almost always hurts black by taking away one more diagonal.
That's true. Now, because if I go king C7,
this bishop comes to F3 at some point, but whatever, we'll play this first. This threatens here, just winning the pawn right where it stands.
Yeah,
something like this, bishop F3, threatening A7. This is going to happen. We'll get back to what you saw before.
Yeah, if E2 happens, that's going to transpose. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see.
Yeah, I don't see what Danya's defense is to your plan of C4. I mean,
interesting. Yeah, not so. I mean, it looks like there's a very good chance for a win, but okay, he played king D5, and now it looks drawish, yeah?
Yeah, so in the game, he's played king D5 here.
I don't know what we're missing, but
Danya's been thinking for a while, but it looks like this is our suggestion, king B6, just embracing that pawn right away before white C pawn gets up the board. And then it's hard to imagine the pawn getting up the board without sacking the A pawn.
One thing we didn't consider is, what if I completely ignore that and go after your G6 pawn?
Mm-hmm.
King E6. And you should be able to reach on time, right? I don't get to play bishop E2, and I mean, my king needs to come back.
Maybe I should have tried to defend my pawn, but I was just in such a hurry to get rid of that A pawn.
No, well, you can't, right? Because if you try to defend your pawn, you would have been stuck with the bishop on F4.
If I did this?
If you did that, I'll play king F5 and you play bishop F4. Now I play bishop E2. Now you are going to have problems defending this pawn, yeah? But okay, I can't
just do this.
No, but I can't really win the pawn, though. I want to play king G4 and G3, but if I play king G4 and G3, you will just maintain the diagonal.
Yeah, I'll always stay on that pawn.
Yeah, even this seems like an improvement for white, but doesn't seem like it's winning it.
Okay. So you played here. I was thinking of taking it. You come here.
This should be a draw also, because I think your king is fast.
My king is pretty fast to just come in and help this piece now, right?
Yeah. You should be able to.
And so what I can do is I can bring the king to C3. When the bishop comes to D1, just push E2 to take off.
Well, I won't be able to play bishop D1. You will have king D2 also, yeah. So
I can even, yeah, okay. So there's not even a way to
nothing.
do it.
Yeah, no way to save it. It should be an easy draw, yeah.
All right.
So looks like Danya is going to hold, hopefully, yeah.
Okay, so king D5. That still seems to be the live position. It looks like Danya hasn't moved for a long time. Robson and Shanklin just agreed to a draw.
Yeah, we'll draw opponent game.
I'll update our scores here. 0.5, 0.5. So you can see 2 wins on this side so far today. Daryu's chasing the 3rd win. Danya's thinking really hard about it, but I mean, it seems like king B6 would be what you would do. We're going to pop over.
Oh, Tadej played this.
To Abrahamian and Zatonsky, which is looking like Zatonsky's just resigned.
Yeah, and then you know the same thing. She was trying to create some queen G6, queen H6, but you were suggesting F3, but it looks like she tried it slightly different and
down a full rook. Down a full rook. Satonsky, sacked both queenside pawns and the knight to look for checkmate on the light squares. I think g4 had to be played here, or we were thinking that, and it was. Queen g6.
And
Oh, look at that solution.
Yeah, she just took the knight and
the queen. And then, she could take the knight and defend her king.
We were calculating f3 just
yeah. When we were just sort of blindfolded talking about this position before chat, we were thinking of the idea of f3 for white here, so that queen check, you can come over and there's no mate. And if the bishop ever takes it, I think we'd calculated correctly that this was
mate,
the old mate. But f3 was very fancy. And what happens when you're blindfolded, sometimes you just don't even think of the simplest little geometrical things. So
that solved it. So that's actually interesting.
Now we've done it. So Abrahamian has saved her tournament. Yes. Tatev.
The only thing remaining in the women's championship is the rook and pawn game. Cervantes and Sabina.
Yeah. That was also the first decisive result of the day here in this section. I imagine it won't be the last. I'm rooting for the player with 2 connected pass pawns who's been playing a great game. Wow.
Even though I remember once I had an endgame like this against Akshay Chandra.
Okay.
I fell for the cheapest stalemate trick ever.
No.
Well, it was not the pawn in the 7th rank stalemate trick, which is something that everybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
I fell for something else. It was silly, but I'm guessing that's we're not going to see any stalemate in this position today.
No, without the black king in front of the pawns, there's like even less defenses to try, right?
Yeah, now it's not even possible to try anything like that.
Honestly, you could take the f pawn off the board and white
still wins. Yeah,
would still win, I think. So there's not a lot of ways to stop past pawns when your king's not in front of them. That's like a really clear issue.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah.
So here they come. Well, let's just see how it's done.
Oh, we have some moves in Danya's game. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess whatever we saw just kind of happened. Yeah, King B6 happened.
King B6 happened. Okay, good move for Danya. Good move for him. Am I upset at the Fabi result? No, it was a nice stomp. I like a good stomp now and then. I did want to root for John Burke in this tournament because he was the lowest rated, and
you like the underdog story. Yeah.
I liked underdogs a little bit. If Burke won the US championship, like, it would have been more exciting than if Fabi won the US championship, right? It would have been more press coverage. So yeah, I wanted to root for him, but today's game, he like never even got into the game. I never had a chance to root for him. It was just like, what is he doing? Oh my God, this is a disaster. So yeah. So anyway, yeah. So, well, this is looking pretty easy to push the pawns.
Yeah, this is over. I think she's going to resign anytime soon, I think.
Yeah, well, we'll just bounce back and forth quickly, right? Bounce. King D5, King B6, Bishop E2, Bishop H4 played, and Bishop D8 played. So he's going to defend the pawn on G5 from D8, which is a slightly longer diagonal than F4.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I guess we saw that you can also probably do from F4, but actually, you know what? If you were an F4, you would have run into a Zugzwang. Possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
The king on B6, actually, yeah, my bad, sorry. I was thinking the king on B6 would be stopping C5, but it's not really stopping C5. It's only stopping A7. So black has king A7, king B6, yeah.
Yeah, this king, what it's doing is it's stopping C4 by keeping this pawn near it.
Yeah, so.
I guess, well, white could have an idea of bishop B5 because you can't.
But the E pawn.
But there's the E pawn, so that's why that's out, right? Even if you played C4, even if black didn't take your bishop and then you played C4, then black could play E2. So there's really,
yeah.
I mean, I don't see much for white to do.
I think he played some king, a couple of more moves, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. King f7, g5, king g6. The fox is in the hen house, right? I mean, it's the dream of every endgame to get your king into the opponent's pawns. And
Not getting the breakthrough yet.
Here it's not enough, huh? So black could play king a7, king b6, or bishop e7, bishop d8 for variety. And then the question is, what is white ever planning to do this game? Nothing left.
Still not 100% convinced that if the pawn is on e3 in the same position and the white pawn is on c6, this is still a win, because, I mean, the bishop moving around was a little difficult, but just let's say in this position, the pawn is on c6. How would I win this one? I mean, it doesn't seem like I can defend both the pawns with the pawn on e3, right? I couldn't even do that. I had to pick up the e3 pawn before I get there to win that endgame.
Well, if your pawn were on c6 here, what white could do is run their king to d7 with the threat of c7, bishop c7, a7.
So I would try to, of course, switch my bishop's diagonal then. Okay, but when you go king e6, I don't have time, yeah? Because I technically want my bishop on a7 and the king on c7.
Right. King f5, keeping an eye on the pawn, and then suddenly king e6. If the black king comes to c7, there's always a7.
You can't, I mean, if the pawn is on c6, how do you even defend the pawn? I'll take c6.
You just take it.
You're not defending the pawns right now.
That's true. How do we even play with the pawn on c6?
Yeah. So we can't even move our king to the other side if the pawn is on c6 with the pawn on e3. So that's why I was not so sure.
Yeah.
How this would have happened.
Chat wants to know, if Danya saves this, how miraculous of a save was it for you? Like how certain or confident were you that he was going to lose today?
Well, I'm pretty confident this is lost without the e3 pawn, but with the pawn on e3, I'm not so sure, actually. You might not have, I mean, there's plenty to analyze, yeah? Because the king could be attacking the e3 pawn and forcing some stuff, but it's not so obvious to me. I don't even know if it's a save yet, if you ask me. Because officially, we never had a position where the e3 pawn was gone, and we had that idea of, oh, by the way, you blurred out, I guess. Yeah,
fixed it.
So yeah, I don't know if we can call it a save yet.
All right, so not even certain that he saved it. My perspective from the couple hours I spent analyzing opposite colored bishop endings yesterday was that these positions are murky enough and tricky enough that it's hard to call it a miracle, because it's almost like you could expect, it's within reason for the players to make a slip. Like if white were winning, but they make one slip and draw it, that's reasonable, right? If black's drawing and they make one slip and lose, it's within reason. So like, I wouldn't be shocked by a win or a draw throughout this opposite colored bishop ending that we've seen. I felt like each result was possible and neither would have totally shocked me.
Yeah, but I guess at their level, they're probably very clear about this. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, you add one more element to everything, it complicates it 10 times, right? Because, we know the 2-pawn endgame. Now we add the G pawns. We know the G pawn and the 2-pawn endgames. Now we add the E pawn. And so it's basically very tricky as we keep on adding these things.
Yeah. Okay, popping back and forth since we've just got 2 games. Couple moves played here. Last we saw was king coming to g6. And, you know, once it's on f7, it's got control of the queening square. King g4, e6, preparing to be escorted in, preventing king f7. Good defense, rook f7, rook a6, defending it.
Just king g7 and e7 next.
King g7, e7, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. And yeah, there was an opposite colored bishop ending yesterday that I would put in the miracle category. And that was Caruana. He was down 2 pawns and there were queens still on the board as well. So Dominguez had more to work with. And that was really
a big save, is it? I didn't.
Yeah, that one to me was like 85% chance of a win, 15% chance of a draw or something like that. Whereas this one here was more in the sort of like 50-50 range where I'm not sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I actually just saw the results. I didn't see that particular game. 2 pawns with the queen on the board. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It was
a miracle.
It was pretty tough. I think, yeah, Fabi's put in some incredible defense the first 2 rounds. And then today he switched into blowout mode. But he's putting in a good performance so far. And he's tied for the lead right now in the U.S. Championship with Ray Robson, Wesley So, Sam Sevian. So, yeah. Doing well. Here comes the pawn to e7.
Yeah. Inevitable. It's going to be game over, yeah.
Okay, rook here.
Rook f8 and resign. She wants to play rook a7 maybe.
Yeah. The same pattern that we saw before. F6 will defend it. Yeah. Good. Good, clean technique. We see the pawns keep going. Going. Nice. Whereas in the opposite colored bishop ending, the pawns are probably not going, right?
Not going anywhere.
King g6, king a7, king f5, bishop e7. Bishop c5, defending the other pawn. Okay. King d5, bishop back.
Wait, did he allow c4?
He allowed c4. He played c4.
Why would he do this? What just happened?
He should have gone back to e7, presumably.
Yeah, anywhere but no. Oh, wait, but the king on a7 is a problem. Can we go back a couple of moves? Maybe king on a7 is already a problem because I don't want white king to go to c6.
Why is that a problem? Hang on. I mean, we'll understand it if you show it to us here.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what it is. I just don't like it yet.
You don't like it?
Because I could go king b5 and c4, c5 again. You're giving me another chance of doing something that I didn't have before, right?
Oh, like your king's actually like, yeah.
Now I do get to play c4 and c5.
On the board now.
So why, I would probably not even move the king out of b6. So I don't know why Tanya put his king on a7.
Okay, I see what you mean. So it was here. So here you would just go bishop e7 if you can.
I know, but even here it's okay, but king a7, but come back to b6 when the king gets a little closer, right?
Right, since white's just playing king f5, you come to b6 at any point.
But is he worried about losing?
He wanted to defend this pawn. He didn't want to lose this pawn.
Maybe, but at this point, we thought that losing the e3 pawn shouldn't make a difference, right? It's still a draw.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
Yeah, because I cannot play c4, so I simply cannot make progress. I think maybe he was definitely trying to save the e3 pawn. Unless we're missing a way that white can make progress after taking e3.
Right. Hang on, there's some moves being played. c4. He couldn't take a6. His king retreated. c5. Bishop's on a7 now.
Okay, so now we did get the position we were talking about. There is going to be a6 and c6 with the e3 pawn. Okay?
Yeah.
So
you did win this position previously.
No, not with the e3 pawn. Remember, we never got to this with the e3 pawn.
Okay, but here you even have king d6, which you didn't have before. When we had this position,
but
the black
king
king
d6,
was on c7.
king c8. King d6, king c8.
Check.
King d8.
You're gonna hate this check. I don't know much, but I assume this check is a huge problem.
King d8.
King d8.
And you simply win the bishop, yeah?
Yep.
And that should win? I think it should.
Yeah.
I'll be fast enough to come back, right? Okay, just to be sure. So king e7.
Actually, hang on. Let me do something even more evil. My gosh, I think that was completely winning, but I want to do something.
Are you trying to go c7?
Yeah, I want to show the viewer something special. c7 right in the face there.
And then
Boom.
You want to go king b7.
Here. Now the pawn's threatening to queen, and this is just to show why bishops don't like short diagonals. This guy's like, why am I on the a7 b8 diagonal?
If I switch out your bishop for a knight, I could try some bishop a7 and try to lock you in.
Yeah.
Nah. Okay. This is nice, of course. Yeah.
Oh man.
Actually, I saw up to this king b7 point. I forgot that the bishop cannot give up for the pawn. I thought this is also bishop takes a7 variation. I just let it go.
Oh, right. The bishop will still somehow trade for the pawn. No,
Yeah,
no.
not happening.
Sorry, Bishop Ski.
So
Oh,
yeah,
man.
so now it's so basically the live board is this, right? Okay, so king d6.
King d6 just got played too.
I think it's game over then, yeah.
A large percentage of our chat is going to be sad, Magesh, because as we figured out from comments yesterday, it is Danya's very popular.
Yep.
There's a lot of fans of his here because of his work on Twitch and on YouTube with instructional videos, and they are going to be very sad.
Yeah, even I'm rooting for Danya. It's unfortunate. Is there any hope? It looks like it's over now, right? I don't see anything. The king and bishop got stuck so badly.
Oh, these moves just got played. All these moves just got played. Now he's just got to play c6 like me.
I know.
He could choose some other variation that's not as easily winning, maybe. But, oh, he's got 1 minute. I guess there's some small hope. There's some small hope. 1 minute for White. But
should be more than enough.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If White's worried about time, he can move back and forth once or twice pretty quickly. And there's not a lot of ways to save time because the bishop's got to cover e2.
He also got stuck so badly, right? I mean, can you go back to the point when he actually allowed c4 and see if he could have salvaged it by moving the bishop somewhere else?
At this point here, after c4?
After c4, maybe he could still try to survive this by moving the bishop to the other diagonal, staying on c7 or something.
Like here, instead of getting into a7?
Yeah, but the problem is I think now he would just lose the piece, yeah?
This king's probably coming all the way to d7.
And then c6 and then a7.
And c6 and a7, and you always get broken at the end.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Unfortunate. The king got stuck on a7.
Yeah.
That is...
Oh, and look at this.
Your win.
It all. c7. Oh.
Your win happened. Man, that's an instructive bishop endgame. I'm actually definitely going to be analyzing more on this position where he played king d5.
Yeah, we had a lot of time to look at this endgame and still not totally, still not totally clear what the final conclusions were about it. But that's the end. Danya's just resigned.
Oh, he resigned?
Yeah. I mean, you don't need to look at that pawn on c7 for long. Chalk this one up for Dariush, who was the other player who needed to turn his tournament around. So actually, Dariush and Tatev, they had the toughest start. They lost in the first round with White. And I just thought, like, oh, God, it's going to be so hard to play Black in round 2. Then they lost in round 2. And it's like, oh, gosh, what are we trying to do with this tournament now? And look at that. They both turned it around together.
Made it even.
They should get dinner together. They're probably in the same celebratory frame of mind, like a fresh start, a new lease on life. Now you're only at -1. It's just whatever. It's a tournament.
Yeah, the win will definitely help a lot. This is a long tournament.
Yeah. Also winning, Talia Cervantes wins her first game in the women's championship this year. Well played game for her. And she actually, with 2 intense draws against 2 of the strongest players in the tournament, and now a win here in round 3, she's sitting at 2 out of 3, half a point behind Nemtsova in first place. And she's looking to have perhaps a very good tournament for herself.
Nice. Yeah, this is a pretty neat win. Like you said, Rook F7 was pretty impressive. Yeah,
Rook F7. Maybe that'll be the last position that we leave you all with here today. Talia Cervantes in this position. Rook F7. Some crazy tactics around this in a time scramble. Lot of guts and confidence to play a tactic like this with 1 minute on your clock and the opponent's clock. She needed some technique to finish it off. She had plenty, and that's huge for her. Now we're going to take a look at the cross tables before we leave you all until round 4. So, Magesh, what do you see here?
So Wesley got a draw. Yeah. So what do we have? Oh, this is not in the order of points, is it? It's just the total cross table. Okay. So I see Ray.
Table isn't
Sam.
showing. It's not showing it exactly right, I guess, because Wesley's score is showing us 1.5 instead of 2, huh?
That's right. It should be 2. Yeah.
Interesting. Wonder if there's anything I need to do to fix it, but okay.
So basically, we have Sam, Ray, Wesley, all at +1, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll just tell you guys who's in the lead right now since we know it without the cross table. Sorry about that. In the US Championships right now, we've got a 4-way tie for first place. All players with 1 win and 2 draws. That is top seed Fabiano Caruana, second seed Wesley So, outsiders Ray Robson and Sam Sevian from the middle of the pack with good scores of 2 out of 3. And 2 of the rating favorites, Sam Shanklin and Lanier Dominguez, still have 3 out of 3 draws to their names and have yet to make their mark on the tournament. So there you see the updated cross table. Woo! Thank you, production. Good work. And John Burke, the early leader, drops back into the middle of the pack. Dariusz Svirch gets himself out of the basement with a big win today that he needed. And sad.
Jeffrey will need a little bit of boosting, hopefully.
Sad tears for Jeffrey right now. He needs to find some fire for tomorrow. Looking at the next cross table, you've got Nemtsova preserving her lead with a lot of draws on the women's side today. The only wins were for Tatev coming out of the basement, and Talia Cervantes moving into a tie for second place with Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, who were the 2 rating favorites going into this event.
Yeah, and there was a really interesting 3-fold repetition for a draw in Megan against Carissa.
Yes, it was. Very unusual 3-fold repetition. Probably surprised a few people. And with that, we're going to wrap up our day 3 coverage of the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships. We'll see you at the same time as ever tomorrow for round 4. That'll be games starting tip-off, first pawn push at 11 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. for the players in St. Louis, Missouri, 2 p.m. Eastern. And the show will start 20 minutes before then, as usual, with a little sum up. And Magesh, what a pleasure to spend a day with you today.
It was great, David. Thank you. It was fun.
Thank you so much for joining us. Everybody else, have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you may be. And we'll see you for more chess tomorrow.